Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Council. Dr. Flinch.
Good morning.
I'd like to open this phase of the hearings by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting is still home to the many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Now, Registrar, we have today Dr. Gerardo Flinch with us. And if you could please affirm, the court reporter could affirm the witness.
Can you please just raise your right hand? Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now we have a number of expert reports that have been produced, and one of which is Dr. Flinch's, and I'd like to make them Commissioner exhibits off the top in anticipation of the other witnesses as well testifying this week and next. So the first one is Dr. Flinch's report, EXP 191. And I believe, Registrar, that is exhibit 220. Is that correct?
Noted. Yes, correct.
And the next one is the report of Mr. Russell Brownlee of TNS, which is EXP 192. Exhibit 221. The report of Mr. David Hine, this includes his CV, which is HAM 64775, exhibit 222. The report of Mr. Dewin Kareem of 30 FE, which is HAM 64759, which is exhibit 223. And the report of Mr. Dr. Hassan Baj, which is GOL 7515, exhibit 224. And Dr. Baj's CV, which is separate, GOL 7519, which is exhibit 225. The Dr. Flinch's and Mr. Brownlee's CVs were filed earlier, exhibits 12 and 15 respectively. And Mr. Hines and Mr. Kareem's reports include their CVs, just for completeness. Now, Dr. Flinch's report attaches as Appendix A his primer on friction management, and stone matrix asphalt mixes that he testified regarding in April. Which is also exhibit 13, but it's attached to the report that may be referred to on occasion. We covered Dr. Flinch's background and qualifications back when he testified in April. In the interest of time, I am not going to repeat that exercise today, nor will I do that when Mr. Brownlee testifies. As I indicated, Dr. Flinch's CV is Exhibit 12. And I don't intend to take Dr. Flinch through every aspect of his report, Commissioner, where there doesn't appear to be disagreement expressed by the reports tendered by the participants. In the interest of time, I'll either be quick or skip it, except to the extent that it's needed as background to the further evidence. But I'm going to focus primarily on parts of the report where there are disagreement or where clarification is required, hopefully. And Dr. Flinch, before we get started, I just wanted to ask you to confirm that you're aware of and understand you have an obligation to provide evidence that is fair, objective, and non-partisan. We did not have you sign an acknowledgement of that sort. It's not part of the rules of civil procedure, not the inquiry, but I'd ask you to confirm that you understand that obligation.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And so I just wanted to quickly, Dr. Flinch, summarize the principal reviews you did of the testing that had been done by various parties, various individuals on the companies on the RHVP. So you reviewed the results of the locked wheel testing conducted by the MTO using its ASTM E274 tester, first conducted in 2007, and then each year, 2008 to 14, except for 2013, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed the results of the locked wheel testing conducted by ARA on behalf of the city of Hamilton in May 2019, prior to the Red Hill Valley Parkway resurfacing that year, and after the resurfacing later that year in September.
Correct.
You reviewed the results of the Tradewind testing conducted using a grip tester in November 2013, and the Tradewind report about those results.
Correct.
You reviewed the results of the testing conducted by the friction testing conducted by M-Globe on behalf of the city using a grip tester in May 2019 prior to the Red Hill resurfacing that year.
Correct.
You reviewed the British pendulum testing conducted by Golder in December 2017.
Correct.
And as well the macro texture results taken by Golder in December 2017.
Correct.
And the macro texture results taken by ARA in May 2019, prior to the resurfacing that year.
Yes.
And you reviewed the polished stone value results conducted on the coarse aggregate extracted from the Red Hill asphalt cores taken by Golder in 2017.
Correct.
And also the polished stone value results on the aggregate from the demixver and quarry taken by the MTO in 1992 and 2008.
Correct.
You reviewed the SMA mix design and laboratory and production results for the SMA and the aggregates used in the SMA submitted for approval, quality control, quality assurance, and as well the production records for the SMA mix placed on the Red Hill.
Yes.
You reviewed various SEMA reports and safety reviews.
Correct.
And finally, the reports of Mr. Brownlee, Mr. Hine, Dr. Baj, and Mr. Kareem. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could call up Dr. Flinch's report, Exhibit 220, and image 3. Commissioner, is in the case for all of the reports, but for Dr. Flinch's reports, the images correspond to the page number.
Okay.
Registrar, if we could pull up image 3, please. And in section 1, the third paragraph there, and this is just by way of very general background, you indicate that the frictional properties of pavements play a significant role in road safety, and that the friction between a tire and a pavement is a critical factor in reducing potential crashes. Is that right?
Correct.
But then in your primer, I don't know that we need to go to it, it's at image 50 attached here. You indicate that though deficient friction is seldom the main cause of a crash, there are situations where low friction can cause crashes in the presence of other contributing circumstances. For example, if a human error makes an emergency maneuver necessary, a crash may occur if the friction demanded by the maneuver is greater than the friction that the road surface can provide in that location. If the available friction is exceeded, skidding or wheel slipping may lead to a loss of control or to a collision. On the other hand, if the friction is high, the collision may be avoided or its severity reduced. Does that remain your general opinion that deficient friction is seldom the main cause of a crash, but it can cause or contribute to crashes in the presence of other contributing factors?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is that the case where even there are set investigatory levels in a particular jurisdiction? Is there any particular level of skid resistance where a pavement can absolutely be said to be safe or unsafe, or the friction adequate?
Not really. The friction demand is conditioned by the context in which we operate, and of course, if you are in a straight line with very good visibility, then you may not as much friction as if you are transversing a sharp curve and there's a lot of traffic.
Okay. And if we could go to image 51, please, which is in the primer. Just at the top there, you have a reference to wet weather collisions, and that, as I understand it, that an indication of low friction or friction problems can be indicated by the proportion of wet weather collisions, wet road collisions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we could go back to image 26 and 27, and while he's doing that, the number of wet weather collisions compared to dry on the Red Hill is a theme that has come up, of course, during this inquiry and through your report. And just as a background to what we're going to be talking about, you have a discussion at the bottom of 26 and onto the top of 27 about the SEMA reports, that some of the SEMA reports you reviewed, which indicates the SEMA's reports of the percentages of wet road surface collisions reported by SEMA. You see that?
Yes.
And have you seen anything in the report submitted by the city or Golder that questions these reports, the reported numbers as reported by SEMA?
No, I haven't.
And in you use the term with talking about the wet surface collision proportions. You refer to the numbers as high or unusually high, and maybe you could put some context to that. Where do the numbers of wet surface collisions reported by SEMA fall in your experience?
No, I do think that they are quite high, because typical values are in the order of maybe 15, 25%, something like that. And here we are seeing a percentage of wet crashes in the 50s and higher even in some cases.
Now I'm going to move on from there, but if you can go back to page 25 and 26 as well. Thank you, Registrar. I'm going to move on by getting to some other things which I understand there's no disagreement between you and the city and Golder experts. And so if I can summarize about the section 3 there, the laboratory and production results. I understand that you found that the SMA mix design was appropriate, and though there were some departures from mixed design values and instances of low compaction in the asphalt placed, in your view, there was no significant negative impact on the frictional qualities of the SMA pavement. Is that right?
Yes.
And also, you indicate that nor would cracking or breaking of the aggregates due to over compaction, in your view, contribute to low friction. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
And in addition, you have reviewed the report of Dr. Hassan Baj, submitted by Golder.
Correct.
And he conducted a review of the test results conducted specifically on the demix aggregates used in the SMA that were conducted prior to the placement of the SMA pavement in August 2007. And Dr. Baj described the various tests, the results, and opined that the aggregate met the relevant requirements at the time. You're familiar with that finding of his from his
Yes.
report? And do you agree with that assessment by Dr. Baj and generally speaking, his review of the aggregate related test results prior to the paving?
Yes, I do. I think it's very thorough.
Thank you. If you could go back 2 pages to pages 23 and 24. This is section 2.1.6 on page 23 going on to 24 regarding macro texture. And the macro texture test results obtained by Golder in December 2017 and ARA in May 2019, using in both cases the sand patch method. Is that right?
Correct.
And you describe in the first paragraph of section 2.1.6 what macro texture is, and you testified about that in your testimony in April. And it's particularly important, macro texture, as I understand it, for allowing the water to drain to permit for greater tire pavement adhesion. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you found that the macro texture results were appropriate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And going back to pages 21 and 22, I seem to be going in reverse order, but and there's a section on British pendulum testing, 2.1.4, beginning at page 21, going to 22. And you reviewed, as you said, the results, the British pendulum testing conducted by Golder in 2017, from December 2017.
Correct.
And you found that those results were very variable with several very low values, but that the results were unreliable because carried out at sub-zero Celsius temperatures. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's also what Golder concluded, and you concur with that. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'd like to move on then to the friction measurements proper. and specifically the locked wheel test results. And so if we could call up image 7, and in particular, figure 2. And as I understand it, from figure 2, thank you. Maybe also if the next paragraph as well, Registrar, if you're calling that up along with the first paragraph below the figure, thank you. Yeah, thank you. That what you've done here is plotted all of the locked wheel testing that was conducted on the Red Hill, beginning on the left in 2007, which is the MTO testing before the Red Hill opened, on 2 of the lanes, the 2 southbound lanes. Is that right?
Correct.
And then from 2008 through 14, with the exception of 2013, are moving to the right are the MTO, again, locked wheel tester results. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then on the right, the second last set of bars with the 2019B, that's the ARA locked wheel test results. All of these are the per lane averages, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and that's the ARA testing from just prior to the resurfacing of the Red Hill on in May 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
And then the last one on the right is marked 2019A. That's the ARA locked wheel testing after resurfacing in 2009.
Yes.
Okay. And ARA, my understanding is they tested the entire length of the Red Hill, whereas the MTO tested a shorter portion, just under 4 kilometers in length, between Green Hill in the south and the CNR overhead structure in the north. Is that correct?
That's correct. The ARA measured the entire length plus a few segments before and after.
Right. And without getting in,
but the average there are the ones just for the Parkway.
The ARA averages are for the portion which is, you determine, is of the Red Hill itself.
Correct.
Okay. We'll get to that when we look at the more detailed ARA results. Without getting into characterizing the results yet, as I understand your report and the line there, that it shows an increase in 2008 from 2007 after the initial pre-opening measurements were taken by the MTO, right?
Correct.
And the increase would be expected for an SMA pavement?
Yes.
Once it's opened and exposed to traffic?
Correct.
Okay. And then a reduction of as shown on your the lines, the dotted line there of I think you indicated in your report of approximately 20% from 2008 to 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yes. That's yeah. And then the 2019 ARA pre-surfacing results in the second column from the right are approximately the same as you describe it, not exact, but approximately the same as the 2014 MTO results. Is that right?
Correct.
And then finally on that, as it shows a significant increase after resurfacing to levels that are, you characterize as slightly higher than those measured by the MTO in 2008.
Correct.
Okay. And in the paragraph below the figure, as you indicate, the average FN 90, the FN meaning friction number and the 90 being the speed in kilometers at which the testing was taken by ARA in 2019, the average range by lane from 31 to 35. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do the similar results between 2014 and 2019, the MTO in 2014 and the ARA in 2019, pre-resurfacing results tell you? What does it disclose to you?
They suggest that the friction level has stabilized after the initial polishing.
It's stabilized?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And sorry, what did you say about polishing, I think you said?
That there's some initial loss of friction that happens in the first few years of service for any payment. And in this case, it kind of seems to have stabilized after 2014.
All right, and if we could go to pages 8 and 9. And these are figures 3 and 4. I understand that these graphs show your plotting of the ARA May 2019 pre-resurfacing locked wheel test results. And it indicates that it's based on the chainage provided by ARA in the files provided by ARA. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on the left, on page 8, is the plotting of the southbound lanes, and on the right is the northbound lanes.
Correct.
And the yellow vertical lines, I take it those demarcate the streets as they cross the Red Hill Valley Parkway, is that right?
Yes, that's the proximal location of the crossing streets.
Okay, not exact, but approximate?
Yes.
Okay. And we are aware that the link at the south end of the Red Hill, we've heard evidence about this, that it was resurfaced in 2011, and that the QEW interchange at the north end of the Red Hill was completed in or about late 2008 or early 2009. Could you describe then what those gray zones on either side of both of figures 3 and 4 represent?
These are measurements taken in what I understand are outside the SMA payment that's been reviewed in detail in this hearing.
Okay. And as indicated by on both of those, there's quite a sharp increase at the north end, and an increase, although less extensive, at the south end. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And for the results on the SMA Red Hill mainline themselves, there are, looking at the plotting, some individual results that are under FN 30, and although the average, as you've already indicated, by lane are above FN 30. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that the case for both they were looking at the ARA results here? Is that the case for both the MTO 2014 and the ARA 2019 results?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have any reason to question the reliability or the accuracy of the MTO or ARA locked wheel test results?
No.
Thank you. Just had to get a glass of water there. Thank you for your indulgence. Okay, if we could now look at the grip tester results that you, skid test results that you looked at. We go to page 10, Registrar, of Dr. Flinch's report. And so as we looked at before, you reviewed the trade wind results from its November 20th, 2013 testing, and then by the testing using a grip tester by Englobe in May 2019 as well. Is that right?
Correct.
And you can take that down there, Registrar. Thank you. Both of those tests were performed at 50 kilometers an hour, as is standard, as I understand, with the grip tester. Is that right?
Correct.
And as distinct from the locked wheel testing, which was performed at the posted 90 kilometer an hour speed, correct?
Correct.
Although, and we'll get to that later, ARA actually tested at 90, but also at 65 and I think 80 as well. Is that right? So you nodded. Is that just for the record?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you have any reason to question the reliability or accuracy of the Englobe or the grip tester test results?
No.
And we'll get to the UK standard, but and we know that Mr. David Hine in his report disagrees with the use of the UK standard to apply the trade wind results, grip tester results. But do you read his report as questioning the trade wind testing itself or the accuracy of the results in and of themselves?
No, I don't think so.
And as you testified in April, in your primer, grip testers and locked wheel testers, they're not the same. They have it's a different machine, different technology, and measures in a different way. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they don't return immediately comparable results. Is that fair?
Yes.
And in the middle of there where it says grip tester measurements, maybe that's what you call it before, if you could call up that section 2.1.2, Registrar. Sorry, that's 2.1.2.1. I mean above there, the 2.1.2 where it says grip tester measurements in those 3 paragraphs. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. In the second paragraph there, you indicate that they're not immediately comparable to the MTO and ARA results. And then in the last sentence, the second paragraph, directionally, one would expect the grip tester GN, grip number, to be higher than the locked wheel tester FN, friction number. That you testified that about that issue in your testimony in April as well. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you indicate in the third paragraph there that nevertheless, and we'll get to the reasons for this, but you consider the grip tester results by both Tradewind and Englobe to be generally confirmatory of and consistent with the locked wheel tester results obtained by the MTO and ARA. And for reasons I will explain after discussing the grip tester results themselves. And we'll get to those reasons as we go, but having reviewed Mr. Hine's report, do you still consider the grip tester results here to be generally confirmatory and consistent with the locked wheel tester results?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then if you could take that down, Registrar, and if we could go to page 18. And if you, registrar, could just enlarge from the top of the page down to the end of that section, the 2 paragraphs below the figure. Thank you. And you describe at the top paragraph above figure 9 the results taken by a Tradewind in 2013 and Englobe in mid 2019 as being very similar to one another. At the top of that page, what does that suggest to you with respect to what you referred to earlier as the stabilization of friction levels with respect to the locked wheel test results in 2014 and 2019?
Yes, I wrote there. I believe that that's a confirmation that the values have stabilized after roughly 2013-14. The friction values have kind of reached a plateau.
And so, yeah, and so the grip tester results that are shown here that you described are consistent with the stabilization shown in the locked wheel test results.
Correct.
Okay. And in that figure 9 is, to understand it, on the left, the 2013, that's a by lane averaging of the Tradewind results.
Correct.
And on the right is the average by lane of the Englobe results in 2019 pre-resurfacing.
Correct.
And immediately below figure 9, you wrote that the Englobe results shown in figures 7 and 8, which we will look at, also confirm the presence of localized areas with lower friction as observed in the Tradewind report.
Correct.
Okay. And is that consistent, generally speaking, as well with the locked wheel test results by the MTO and ARA?
Yes, it is consistent.
I'm sorry, it is consistent?
Yes.
Yeah. And if we could go, registrar, to pages 11 and 12. And these are figures 5 and 6 from your report. And my understanding is that the chart itself, in the gray with the blue and the purple lines and the chainage at the bottom showing the meters in chainage, that those are from the charts that appear in the Tradewind report themselves. Is that right?
Correct.
And then, so we're clear on it, because there has been some, it's a little hard to keep straight, and it's been a while since we talked about this in the hearings for everyone, but at the top where you indicate in each figure, in the case of figure 5, it says southbound lanes, and figure 6, northbound lanes. Those are added for clarity because Tradewind uses eastbound and westbound because they measured them at the same time as the link.
Correct.
Southbound pertaining to the reference in Tradewind to westbound, and northbound pertaining to westbound in the Tradewind report.
Yes. Sorry, the southbound is westbound and northbound is eastbound.
Yes, if I said differently, I apologize, but that's correct. And there's a note on the bottom for clarity for that. I got it right. And the trade wind results show, as I understand, those are 100-meter intervals, each plot.
Correct. And that's the average for a series of measurements taken continuously over those 100 meters.
And that's because the grip tester is a continuous friction measurement device, which is continually measuring, but then produces an average over, in this case, each 100-meter segment. Is that right?
That is correct. The analyst that processing the data can choose how the averaging length.
And as distinct from the locked wheel tester, which, because it applies essentially the brakes at periodic places, is measuring the skid resistance on the specific instances where the brakes are applied. Correct?
Correct. And it doesn't measure the whole length between tests. It just measures a short section when the wheel is fully locked. It measures the whole thing, but it does reports all the measures a test and then reports the average of the segment where the wheel is locked.
Okay. And the line in the middle, as we've heard evidence about this, but the green line, which is just below 50 at 48, that's from the Tradewind report indicating the investigatory level, which Tradewind applied, but that was using an older UK standard. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at the same time, as indicated in the Tradewind report, there are instances where the results dip and rise, and in some places dipping below a grip number of 30. Is that right?
That is correct.
And again, directionally, a grip number of 30 is not necessarily the same thing as an FN of 30, right?
Correct.
And then in both directions here, but only in the on the outside lane, in the one in blue, towards the left-hand side of each chart, which is in the direction of where the red hill joins the link, it increases from, in each case, around grip number of 30, or a little on the left-hand chart there, and a little higher on the right-hand chart, increasing to a level at 50 or above, right?
That is correct.
And is that consistent with what you observed and discussed from the ARA locked wheel results?
Yes, it is. And it seems that, again, in this case, they also tested a different payment at either the beginning or end of the testing section.
And how does that increased number, we could go to the Tradewind report, but that increased elevated grip number on the left-hand side at the south end compare with the results that Tradewind took from the link?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, how does, where it increases to the level around 50 or above, how does that compare with the results that Tradewind obtained from its measurements on the link?
They seem to be consistent.
But similar to that number?
Similar, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and if we could look at, go to pages 16 to 17. figures 7 and 8, these graphs are taken from the N-Globe May 2019 grip tester results from the Red Hill in both directions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on the left in figure 7 is the southbound lanes, and on the right, figure 8 are the northbound lanes.
Correct.
These are the results here are expressed as am I correct that on the left hand side, the y-axis where it's 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, etc., where it says friction number, is that the coefficient of friction?
That's correct.
Which
and
express
the grip number is 100 times higher than that.
Right.
It's multiplied by 100. So at 30 will be a 0.3 in this graph.
Right. Okay. And there are, it's fair to say, there's some variability of results here.
Correct.
As you said, Tradewind expressed the averages every 100 meters. Is that the same or different for N-Globe?
It has a higher resolution in this case.
So
shorter interval for average.
Shorter intervals?
Yeah, that's why you see more kind of a spiky than in the other case.
It's more spiky, a little bit more variation because it's measuring over shorter intervals than Tradewind did?
Correct.
Okay.
Tradewind reported kind of a little bit longer average in length. So it gets smoothed on the curves a little bit.
And again, in particular in the northbound lanes in figure 8 on the right, at the left-hand side, there is and what appears to be, and there's 3 plots there, but which we'll get to, but there appears to be an increase on the left-hand side at the south end towards where the link is.
Correct.
Is that correct? And is that, again, generally speaking, consistent with what you've already described in the other tests?
Yes, it shows that the link has higher friction than the Parkway.
And in the northbound lanes, as I said, there's 3 lines as opposed to 2 on the southbound lane chart. And so the blue on both sides, that's the inside lane, whereas the red line is the outside lane in both directions. Is that right?
Correct.
And then there's a green line. What does that reflect?
The green line is an extra measurement that was taken in the middle of the lane that represent the area that has not been weathered by the traffic. It hasn't been polished by the action of the tires of the vehicles driving, or at least much less, only when you are overtaking and so on.
Okay,
so it kind of give an indication of the kind of the original friction value of that particular road segment.
Okay, and so just to unpack that a bit, the other measurements on both directions are in the wheel paths of both lanes?
Correct.
Whereas the green line in the northbound lanes is
it's in the middle.
In the middle of the out, and it indicates it's the outside lane that it's measuring there.
Correct.
Okay. And I won't go to it because we'll leave the charts up, but on page 18, right after this, you indicate that Measurements were also taken by Englobe in the middle of lane 2, outside lane, in the northbound direction, and those results were higher than the measurements taken on the right wheel path in each lane. Approximately 23% higher, again supporting the assumption that the aggregate had polished on the wheel paths and that the drop in friction was due to this polishing, as discussed for the trade wind measurements, which we'll come back to. And so we'll talk about it now, that the trade wind results showed a similar thing. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and if we could go to page 14, Registrar. And if you could call up that first, the big bullet there below the table, starts measurements were also taken. So this was, you're indicating that Tradewind also took measurements in the center of the outside lane in the northbound direction. Is that right?
Correct.
And is that the same lane that Englobe took it in that we were just looking at?
Yes.
And you indicate that those results were higher than the measurements taken on the wheel paths in each lane, which is approximately 23% higher than the average of the two lanes in the same direction, and 18% higher than the average of the wheel paths in all four lanes in both directions. So to stick with, for the moment with the first part, the 23% higher, it's 23% higher than the average in the two northbound lanes on the wheel paths.
Correct.
Okay. And is that typical or unusual to see results with the higher friction results in the middle of the lane than on the wheel path?
No, not at all.
Well, I said both. I double barreled. I said, is it unusual or is it?
It's not unusual. It's what typically we see. The percent difference is what's different. In some cases, there's a small percentage, there's a high percentage, and that's depending on the mostly the polishing characteristics of the aggregate.
And as you indicate in that paragraph, that it indicate this supports the assumption that the aggregate had polished on the wheel paths and that the drop in friction was at least partially due to this polishing. To maintain appropriate levels of friction over time, it is important that the aggregates exposed on the surface of the pavement maintain its microtexture. And then you finish off, although there is always some wear or polishing due to the abrasive effect of the tire of the pavement, if the coarse aggregate sources are susceptible to polishing, the reduction in friction over time can be significant, as discussed later in this report. So that is it fair that you attribute at least in part or in whole to the reduction in friction that you described earlier of approximately 20% between 2008 and 2013-14 as being due to the polishing of the aggregate?
Correct.
Take that down, Registrar, please. If we could go to pages 18 and 19. And my understanding is that you conducted a conversion of the grip tester results taken by both Tradewind and Englobe to the equivalent FN90R results of the locked wheel testing conducted by the MTO and ARA, MTO in 2014 and ARA in 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
And the FN 90 bar that I referred to being taken at 90 kilometers an hour, the friction number obtained at 90 kilometers an hour with a ribbed tire. And at the bottom of the image, or page 18, and the top of page 19, you explain the conversion exercise that you undertook. And could you please, it's a 4-step calculation. So is that correct?
That is correct. It has 4 steps and include 2 conversions and 2 adjustments to correct, let's say, for units in a way.
To correct for units?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could describe each of those steps, please. They're
Sure.
set out there, but if you could just describe them for us.
The process include first a conversion from the grip number collected by the grip tester to what we call a scrim reading. That is measured.
That's scrim?
Scrim, yes.
Yeah.
Scrim reading that is collected by another continuous device that is used significantly around the world, and it was discussed before in the primer. And so that's based on some correlations developed by the Transport Research Laboratory in the UK by testing a wide range of surfaces on their testing facility. And the second correction is step number 3, where I brought that number from the scrim back to the lock wheel using another conversion equation that was developed under a federal highway administration project that was led by my research team at Virginia Tech. But the testing was conducted independently at the Texas Transportation Institute, again, over a wide range of surfaces that go from very low friction to very high frictions. And in between, there's a second step that just converts.
Sorry, I could stop you for a moment. Drop the
sure.
switch. I think we may have an issue with the commissioners. We may have to start over. I'm not sure if we can hold on for one. Yeah, we'll go back. Sorry, the commissioner's camera froze and his feed froze, so we may have to go back. Just give me one moment. See if it comes back on very quickly. Or I'm advised if we could take 5 minutes, please, Registrar, to correct this, and we will come back. If you could send people to their breakout rooms, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll resume in 5 minutes.
Thank you. We're back. There was a technical glitch with the commissioner's hardware. So we will, in one moment, resume if we could with Dr. Flinch. And Dr. Flinch, I'm going to ask you to start again with the, in a moment, going back to step one. If you could repeat that, the commissioner advises that's where his feed went out somewhere in the middle of that. Excuse me. So if you could, I could ask you just to collect your thoughts and come back to that stage in the exercise. While you're doing that, I'd just advise that the commissioners asked that if we could, we'll count that as our morning break, and we will continue through to the lunch break, which is scheduled for 1. But if it makes sense to take an earlier break, then we may do that. Last thing before we get right back into it is registrar. I think I misspoke. I'm told I misspoke when I made Dr. Baj's report an exhibit, and that'd be exhibit 224. I think I said that it was Golder 7515, but in fact it's 7517.
Noted.
Thank you. Now with that, Dr. Flinch, sorry for the technical snafus. If I could ask you to go back to the conversion that you were describing with step 1. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. As I was saying before, I look at the two different measurements, and I decided to follow a 2-step process that include 2 conversions, from the grip tester to the scream, and from the scream to the lock wheel. And the step 1, what I did is I used a relationship developed in the UK by the Transport Research Laboratory. It's on their testing facility. They have a testing facility with different pavement surfaces, and they develop a correlation between the grip tester, and the scream reading. And then in step 3, I used a different conversion that was developed by my research group under contract with Federal Highway in collaboration with the Texas Transportation Institute to convert from the scream measurement to a friction number measured by the lock wheel at 40 miles per hour, or approximately 65 kilometers per hour. In between, I had to convert the units that are used for the scream in the UK to the ones we use in the US. We don't apply a correction factor that is applied in the UK, because that was introduced to correct to account for a change in the rubber used in the tires. That's why you have a 0.78. This is just that our measurements in the UK, they try to reference their measurement to the previous type of rubber that was used in the scream, and the rest of the world, we adopted it with a new tire, with a new type of rubber. We didn't need to do that correction. And then the last one is to bring the measurements at 65 kilometers per hour to 90 kilometers per hour. That is the measurements that are done in Canada. In the US, we do use the measure on all roads at the same speed, or if we're using a different speed, we convert it and then report it at 40 miles per hour, approximately 65 kilometers per hour. So that's why I applied this three-step process, and then the other comment is that the equation in step 3 is also developed on a wide range of surfaces. That's why I felt that those were maybe the most appropriate steps to follow to get an estimate of what the conversion would be.
And on step 4, just the correction from, excuse me, to bring it to 90, am I correct from what you've indicated there that you used the ARA measurements because ARA did the testing both in 2019 at both 65 kilometers an hour and 90?
Correct.
Okay. And in your primer, and back in April, you did discuss the difficulties, acknowledged difficulties with converting friction testing values obtained from different devices. And you state in the next paragraph, if you could call up the 2 paragraphs below number 4 on page 19, please, Registrar. Thank you. In the second paragraph in that call out, you refer back to the primer and indicate that you recognize those the difficulties, and that the interconversions that you talked about are not very accurate and may not apply to pavements not included in their development. But then you say that although this remains true, that you're confident that the conversion here, while not exact, is reasonably accurate and that it is at least reasonably appropriate. And then above that, you indicate that the results are consistent between the MTO 2014 testing and the Tradewind November 2013 testing are consistent and show relatively low average friction levels 6 to 7 years after construction. And then similarly, it suggests that the results of the pre-surfacing ARA and end globe testing are consistent and show the friction levels had leveled off after 2013, 2014. And then we'll ask you some questions about that, but if we could put up figure 10, that I believe shows the converted grip tester results. Yeah, thank you. This is on page 20 of your report. And once we look at this and make sure you understand what you've done here, I'll ask you for some questions about the conversion and the accuracy of it. So, as I understand this figure, it shows in the darker colored bands from 2007 to 2012, 2014, and then the 2 on the right, the 2019 B and 2019 A. That shows the locked wheel tests that we had previously looked at, both by the MTO and by ARA. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you added, again, by lane averages, the Tradewind results as converted by you in the column that's marked as 2013 with an asterisk. Is that right?
Correct.
And the N-Globe results from May 2019 in the column towards the right, that's titled 2019B with an asterisk, also more lightly shaded. Is that right?
Yes.
And so and again, color coordinated with the same lane, coloring for the same lanes. And can you explain why you have come to the conclusion that the conversion of the grip tester results to the equivalent locked wheel FN 90R results are reasonably appropriate as you described it?
Yeah, and again, as you mentioned before, I do recognize that it's very hard to convert from one skid tester to another, and we discussed that in length when we had the discussion of the primer. In this particular case, I went through the conversions and then plotted, and they gave a very similar results of the values collected with the log wheel. What that, in a way, provided a check that for this type of payment, it seems to be working. So that's truly, if you ask me, it may work in for another payment. It may not, but in this case, we get measurements from two devices, and after the conversion, they match. So it seems reasonable to say that this average conversion seems to be working for this particular payment.
And just to unpack that a bit, if I understand it correctly, you did the conversion first. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you noted that they showed the similar, as converted, showed the similar trajectory and numbers as the ones in the years close to them. Is that a fair summary?
Correct.
Okay. And similarly, if the line, that the horizontal line above them, that was it consistent with the leveling off that you described, that was disclosed by the locked wheel test results by the MTO and ARA?
Correct. So I have kind of a double verification, and in a way, the actual values are similar to the ones that were measuring close to about the same date, and they also confirm that the friction has been roughly constant after that period, through that period from 2013-14 to 2019.
Okay. And Mr. Hine, as you will have seen in his report for the city, he disagrees that the conversions are, as you've described it, although approximate, that they're reasonably accurate. And he indicates that the correlation cannot be accurately done. And then, so the first thing I want to take you to, if we could go to Mr. Hine's report. So this is, I believe, Registrar, the Hine report is Exhibit 222. And if we could go to images 16 to 17. And this is, unlike Dr. Flinch's report, the page numbering is off by 2, I believe, of the images. So image 17 is page 15 and image 16 is page 14. At the bottom of page 14, in paragraph 46 and going on to the next page, Mr. Hine refers to a number of different, I think 3 different exercises or experiments conducted over the years, which I think fair to say for the conclusion that it's difficult to harmonize friction results and convert them. Are you familiar with the experiments and endeavors that he speaks of there in paragraph 48?
Yes, I am, and I also review those, and they're cited in the primer. Okay,
the one that you discussed in April, but they're referenced in your primer.
Correct.
Okay, and he, and again, I take it you don't disagree with the general proposition that there's difficulties. You've described that. It's that in this particular instance, you have comfort that they're reasonably accurate. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, and then on page 15, that's image 17 at paragraph 49, Mr. Hine, no, sorry, I wanted to keep up the same thing there, Registrar, the same 2 pages. Maybe I misspoke, but it's images 16 to 17. Yeah, thank you. and it's paragraph 49 at the bottom of image 17. Mr. Hine refers to your reasoning about the conversion results being generally in line with those measured by the MTO and ARA locked wheel devices, and refers to that as simplistic. That reasoning is simplistic, and that further independent testing would be necessary to validate any such conversion. What do you say about the comment about it being simplistic?
Well, in a way, it is a simple check. So I kind of agree on that, but I do feel that simple doesn't mean wrong. And I wouldn't recommend that you implement these conversions on a standard or anything like that. But in this particular case, we have one measurement and then apply the conversions, and we got about the same number. That makes me feel, at least, I understand. I'm not saying this is that should be adopted or anything like that, but in this particular case, it made me confident that they're reasonable. And again, they are based on a lot of data collected over a lot of surfaces. So it's not that I started with faulty equations in a way.
And so if I understood that correctly, you're not saying that this should be exported to convert grip tester grip numbers to locked wheel friction numbers at different speeds in all circumstances and other circumstances. You're saying that I think it works reasonably well here for the reasons that you described. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And he refers to further independent testing would be necessary to validate any such conversion. Do you know what that would be? I mean, I can ask Mr. Hine, but do you know what that's referring to?
I'm not sure, but what I presume it referring to is that we should test the grip tester and the lock wheel under a variety of surfaces to verify these processes. But again, that's a fair statement. If we want to adopt an equation, I think that would be very reasonable.
Thank you. You could take that down, Registrar. If we could go back to Dr. Flinch's report and call up page 14. Thank you. And if you could expand table 1, please. And so I just want to talk about the UK investigatory levels for a bit. And we know that the Tradewind report applied an earlier UK standard, an earlier version, and you, in your primer, dealt with the one that was in place at the time of the Tradewind testing, and as well the more recent subsequent one. And the one that was in place at the time of the Tradewind testing is this table 1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could take that down and just resume the page. Yeah. And actually the next page, 15. And the last paragraph of the section above 2.1.2.2, so it's sort of in the just below the middle of the page, Registrar, if you would call that out, where it says as set out in the primer. You indicate that unlike in some jurisdictions, notably as discussed in the primer, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and some US states, there are no published provincial or national standards in Ontario or Canada respecting highway friction investigatory levels or intervention levels. However, in my view, that does not mean standards imported from other jurisdictions for the purpose of evaluating the frictional qualities of pavements have no meaning or ought to be disregarded. To the contrary, British standards reproduced in Table 1 can provide a good reference. And Mr. Hine disagrees with that. I think it's fair to say. He indicates at various points that there has not been a basis to rely on the UK guidelines in Canada. In his view, it's not appropriate to rely on them in this circumstance. And then if we could go, maybe take that down, that call out, if we could go to Mr. Hine's report at image 14 and 15. And images 14 and 15 are pages 12 and 13. After the references that I just referred to, that paragraphs are in paragraphs 38 and 39. In paragraph 40, Mr. Hine talks about the Australian Austroads friction management program being fundamentally based on the UK friction model. And I think back in April in your primer, you discussed that it was very similar, the Australian program, is that right? With some differences.
It is correct, yes.
Yeah, and but Mr. Hine indicates it was borrowed only after significant analysis and tailoring to the Australian conditions, and that the same approach would have to be taken in Canada. And then that paragraph 41, he reiterates that the same approach would have to be taken in Canada, as I just said, and then that before a particular jurisdiction's friction management policy is adopted in Canada, there must be an analysis by the appropriate authority as to its applicability. Here, Dr. Flinch appears to be suggesting the UK guideline should be used as a reference point in this inquiry. However, I've not seen any testing or analysis of its applicability to Canada, more specifically to the Red Hill Valley Parkway. I'm therefore unable to support the reliance on the UK guidelines to inform the road surface conditions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Can you address Mr. Hine's critique?
Sure, I do agree 100% that if you want to adopt it as a general policy, it has to be verified to the local conditions. But if that doesn't mean that it cannot provide a reference point to say, well, if let me phrase a little bit. If you don't have a better standard, then it makes sense to me to use the best international standard. And actually, a similar case happens here in the US in the last AASHTO guide for pavement friction that was just published about a month ago, maybe, or a couple of months ago. Reference this as a potential starting point for developing such a policy in the US. So I don't think it's unreasonable to consider it as part of the information you are analyzing for determining if the friction is sufficient or not to use international standards. Although I do agree that you wouldn't adopt as just a standard from another country without verifying that apply properly to your country.
And on that point about adopting it as a friction management program as part of that and the standards themselves, there's we'll go back to it, but there's a reference in Mr. Hine's report, and he talks about I think of the, make sure I'm getting it correctly, but that there's that in terms of that there can be high cost implications of importing a friction management program and standards which potentially cannot be achievable or sustainable, and that there's of course cost consequences to that. Can you comment on that?
Sure, and that's true. depending on where you are, maybe in different in the country, different provinces may have to have different policies because of the availability of aggregate and all of that. What the basic principle on what the UK standards are based is that there's a relationship between friction and crashes, and we discussed that in the primer. The lower the friction, the higher the number of crashes. So particular improvement in friction will result in a particular reduction of crashes for a particular road. And again, it will be different from a highway that from a local road because of all the factors that we discussed at the beginning that are involved in a crash. But the fundamental relationship is valid, and that's the way that this British standard has been developed based on the relationship between crashes and friction. So the fundamental principle is valid. I think it's valid. It's been proven scientifically. Actually, some of the reports that our research group developed for Federal Highway Administration confirmed that in the US. And again, going back to a policy, I agree that if you don't have the high quality aggregate, you may not be able to provide a specific level of friction, but so that's where the economics play a role, and it's a policy decision. I agree that somebody has to make about, well, how much risk I'm willing to take in terms of potential crashes, and then how much I value that risk. And then based on that, I will establish a particular standard.
Okay, so a couple of things there. Now you're saying that if a jurisdiction, that whenever they're using a standard or a friction management policy, there are trade-offs, and there's always, no road is completely safe, and there's always a cost-benefit analysis that has to be entered into before you adopt a program holus bolus. That's one part of it, right?
Correct.
And the other part you did mention earlier, just in the context of answering my questions, about the new AASHTO guide. Mm-hmm. And I think you referenced that the UK standards are being used as a in what fashion?
There are references in the guide as an example of such a policy.
Okay, and including the friction demand categories and so forth.
Yeah, that's a very good point that I should have highlighted. One of the key contributions of that policy is that the friction that you need is different depending on the roadway you are driving. And it's not one number that can be applied across the board throughout all the network. Because, for example, the friction you need in a highway, if you are in a straight section, is different than when you are traversing a curve. So what a section where the friction supply that the pavement is providing may be good when you get to a curve or you get to a ramp where the vehicles have more interaction, then the same level of friction may not be enough to meet the demand of the vehicles. And again, if you have more traffic, there's more interaction between the vehicle, and that probably is another factor that which contribute to even a higher demand. So what I'm saying is that the demand of friction is not constant. It depends on the context and on when you're driving in that particular road. Another important factor is the speed. The higher the speed, the higher the friction demand, because you will need longer to stop or to control your vehicle. So my point is that you need to, that there's not, even these values that are provided in the UK, they don't mean that you are above that particular threshold, you are 100% safe, as you said. There's still some risk, and there are some policies to guide, but you could even have a friction problem values higher than the ones that are established in that policy.
And to cover off that last last point, you indicate that the fact that I think you said that if you meet it, it doesn't mean that there's no risk if you meet the standard. And correlatively, as I think you discussed before, that if you are below whatever standard is applied, that doesn't mean inherently that the road is unsafe either.
It means that you have a higher risk, and again, how high that risk is, it depends on the particular conditions of your road. Again, the geometry, the speed, and so on.
Okay.
And also the climatic conditions. That's why we have wet crashes and dry crashes and so on.
And if you were faced with a similar situation in the U.S. As you're dealing with here, would you give the same opinion with respect to the relevance of the Tradewind report results using the UK standards as a reference?
Yes, I could. Truly, if you have some measurements and then you have a way to compare with a value that, well, at least in another country is considered reasonable to expect from a road, I will consider it. The other thing, if I don't believe the friction measurements, what I could have done, and again, the idea is not you're saying you have to react and treat. What the recommendation is, you have to do a further investigation. So if I don't trust the friction measurement, then I would ask somebody to measure with an equipment that I feel comfortable with and double check, because just assuming it doesn't apply, I think it's riskier than say, well, I will analyze and see if it does apply, and if it's applied, then I'll try to fix it. And if it doesn't apply, well, I don't have to worry about it. I don't know if I was clear.
I think so. It was to me. If it wasn't to the commissioner, I expect he'll.
Yeah, I think I understand.
Thank you. And along those lines, you at various points in your report characterize the results overall of the friction testing on the Red Hill as being relatively low. That's a term that you use a number of times. Is that a fair summary of your overall conclusion regarding the friction levels?
Yes, it is. And again, it reflects that thing I mentioned before, that what I believe the supply of friction doesn't seem to meet the demand that the particular conditions on this freeway require to have I guess a reasonable agreement.
Sorry, reasonable agreement?
Well, sorry, yeah, that's not a happy word in a way. What I'm saying is that the friction supply is not enough to meet the demand for the vehicles in this particular condition.
Okay. And Mr. Hine takes issue with that characterization, and he refers to the wording of relatively low, and he disagrees and he relies, I think it's fair to say, you tell me if you disagree, I think it's fair to say that he relies on the MTOs. He refers to it as a benchmark of FN30 used by the MTO. We've heard from a lot of MTO witnesses as to how the MTO uses it, and we know that it's not a published or generally publicly available guideline, although it's not unknown either. But that Mr. Hine indicates that they're acceptable, that these would be acceptable results in his view in Ontario using the FN30 threshold. Is that how you read his report on that point?
Yes, I do.
Okay. and then married up with, he disagrees that there could be any use of the UK standards in the grip tester. And so the average locked wheel tester results by lane are above FN30 so that the results are acceptable and not relatively low. What do you have a comment on that?
Well, I agree that they would be acceptable to the current practice, but that doesn't mean that I could not help reduce crashes if I aspire as a higher friction number. And again, careful study may confirm or deny that, but I think that would be something that could be quantified, whether or not it is appropriate to have a higher value for this particular case that may have a higher demand than the typical road for what that policy applies. And I'm sure that again it could be that it is okay, but given that some of the other consideration, it may not be. So it's good to check whether or not that 30 is appropriate for this particular facility.
Well, and we've heard from many MTO witnesses, and I probably misasked the question. We've heard from a number of MTO witnesses about how the MTO uses and applies FN30 as a guideline, which includes that they, look at the geometry and the wet weather collisions and potentially other factors. So I'm not asking you to comment on Mr. Hines' opinion on its use of it, because the MTO evidence is the evidence. But in terms of the what you described as the other factors and the friction demand, is that still relevant when you're applying a single number?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah. Do the considerations you referred to regarding friction demand and the collision rates and so forth, do those still have relevance when you're looking at a single threshold or guideline?
No, definitely.
Okay.
Because that friction demand is independent of the number that you pick. That depends on the other factors that play a role, the vehicles and the human and how they interact. Because again, if you have very low traffic on a straight road, you don't need the same friction that you need in a road that has a lot of vehicles, a lot of ramps and curves and things like that. The demand depends on the context in which you are driving. And again, that's nothing new. This has been recognized as far as the 60s and some of the reports that I read. So,
okay, and so I wonder if we could look at a document that Mr. Hine references. He refers to it at paragraph 10 of, we don't have to go to that, paragraph 10 of his report. In image 4, he references the Highway 407 concession agreement, schedule 20. And there it is up on the screen, paragraph 10, and refers to the Highway 407 ETR and as one of those, and refers to the among others, but the criteria for friction is identified as a friction value of under 30 when traveling at the posted speed based on the 500-meter average values of friction. And if we could go to that document, registrar, it's HAM 64455. And while that's coming up, the inquiry did hear from a witness on behalf of the company that operates the Highway 407, and he did refer to this agreement and the FN 30 investigatory level that they were subject to by way of its concession agreement. Sorry, Register, do you have that document, HAM 64455? And I take it you have not seen this document until it was produced as part of Mr. Hines' report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we could, so it's Schedule 20, Safety and Standards Protocol. If we go to image 6, please. And at the bottom, there's a paragraph that says, if you could call that up, the bottom paragraph. And it says, for freeway pavements, when the surface friction skid number reaches SN 100 equals 30, as measured by a brake force trailer, conforming to ASTM standard E274 and E501, the concessionaire shall undertake immediate investigation and, if appropriate, establish and implement a schedule for immediate mitigation. Remedial action is also to be undertaken whenever a surface friction problem is thought to exist, irrespective of the surface friction skid number. So the first thing that, as I read this, it seems to me it requires an investigation if FN equals 30, I guess, not below. That appears to be what it says. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
But then the last sentence about remedial action is also to be undertaken whenever a surface friction problem is thought to exist, irrespective of surface friction skid number. Is that along the lines of what you were talking about?
Yeah, I do believe that that's recognizing that problem, that the demand of friction is dependent on the context, and again, 30 is a good guideline, but it may not be enough in all situations. That's the way I read it myself. But okay. It could be above 30 and still need some intervention, or at least some investigation, because the surface frictions could be a problem.
And I get conversely that even if that is the threshold, if it's below 30, but it doesn't appear to be any issue, then it may not be a problem. Correct.
That's why it's called an investigatory level in general. I mean, and you need to investigate further to find out if it is a problem or not.
Okay. And if we could make this an exhibit, registrar, it's HAM 64455.
Noted.
Thank you. Just give me one moment. Thank you. If you can take that down. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. If we could go back to Mr. Hines' report on image 5, which is page 3. And image 5, registrar. Thank you. And I guess the prior page as well. Both could be up. Thank you. So Mr. Hine indicates sort of make a comparison to some levels in various US states, of comparing the MTO's FN30 guideline. And he then lists a number of US states, and the table refers to intervention levels, table 1. And Mr. Hine indicates above there that the terms intervention, desired, questionable, review, and investigatory level are commonly used for this purpose. It's titled intervention levels. Do you know if these are intervention levels or investigatory levels or what? Do you know?
I don't know. They're cited as intervention level in the original synthesis where this has been taken from.
Okay, it could be either, and it says intervention, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's an intervention level. Is that right? As Correct. The way you described it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I don't know if I may make a comment that the intervention and investigatory levels are not the same thing.
Right.
At least from the point of view in the US, the AASHTO guide that is valid until recently already recognized that the intervention level is when you have to do something, you have to fix the friction. An investigatory level that is higher than the intervention level requires that you investigate and to find out if friction is good or not. But when we set an intervention level, and that's one of the reasons why we eliminated that from the last version of the AASHTO guide, means you have to intervene, you have to fix it and provide a solution. So if this is a real intervention level, the investigatory levels should be higher than this.
Right, okay. And I think you referred to that in your testimony in April about, and in the primer about in the newer AASHTO guide that the intervention levels were eliminated, I think on the basis essentially that you have to investigate anyway to determine if there's an issue.
Correct. And at that time it wasn't published, but now it is published and it's available.
Okay, and these are taken from a prior iteration, is that correct?
Correct. Well, these are taken from a NCHRP synthesis that investigate the practice, but the original, I would say, framework for this goes back to another NCHRP report, much older, from the 60s.
Okay. And do you agree, in any event, though, that FN30 is, however it is applied by the MTO falls, as Mr. Hine says, roughly in the middle of these levels that are indicated here on this chart?
Correct.
And
although they are measuring at different speeds, so that's another caveat right there. Yeah.
And Mr. Hine refers to the averages by lane taken by the locked wheel testers, falling below FN30 as being, that he refers to as minor and inconsequential deviations. That's in, I don't need to go to it, but paragraph 20 of his report. And he sets out by lane from ARA's 2019 pre-resurfacing testing, the averages taken at 500 meter segments. And if you go to images, start at image 7 and 8 register of Mr. Hine's report. Yeah. That's pages 5 and 6. And so he correct me if I'm wrong, but what Mr. Hine has done here is taken each lane in each direction and indicated by 500-meter segments what the average is. Is that right? The
Yes.
average. Okay. And then if you go to the next page, page 7, so maybe keep up 6 and 7, images 8 and 9. And so in this case, in the we have one northbound lane on the left and then a southbound lane, and then on the top right, and on page 7, it's southbound lane 2. And again, each one of those is a 500-meter segment, and then the red line across the middle is the FN 30. Is that right?
Yes.
And if one is positing FN 30 as a hard guideline, as a hard number at which an investigate, which it's acceptable or not acceptable. If a section's 500-meter section is below, is that, what do you think about that? Is that a minor and inconsequential deviation in that context?
Well, there's 2 points in there. One, the accuracy of the measurements has to be taken into account. So the when you said 30, 31 or a 29, depending on when you measure it, how you measure, may be all valid because of the accuracy of the equipment. So in that sense, it is within the accuracy of the equipment. But if you keep that in mind, also a 31 could be less than 30 if you measure it in another time. So it all depends on how you interpret. Again, I don't see that necessarily if it's above 30 is good, if below 30 is low. I think the 30 is a guideline again to trigger the investigation. So if you decide to apply it as a rigid number, if it's below 30, you should do an investigation, because the whole road may not be below that standard, but you may have localized friction problems. And a lot of times that's the case. You may not need to fix the whole section, but you may have some problems, in particular localized problems where the friction is lower than the rest. I don't know if I answered your question, sorry.
You did, thank you.
Yeah.
And then coming back to, if you take that down, please, Registrar, thank you. I think on your last point, if I did get it correctly, your point is there's the standard deviations, that the equipment isn't perfectly accurate, so forth, that but again, that the safety or whether or not there is a problem isn't entirely dependent on whether whatever the number is, whether it's above or below. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay.
And again, it depends on the context of where you are driving, with the speed, the geometry, the drivers.
And that, right, and that comes back to your term, I think, relatively low to describe the friction results. Is that right?
That is correct.
And do I understand that the things that from you described that you're looking at in characterizing it that way is, there's a number of things, but you tell me if I'm wrong about any of it, that number one, there's the reduction over time of approximately 20% with some results which dip significantly lower than the averages. Is that number one?
Correct.
And then, and in some cases below FN 30 in that instance, right?
Correct.
And then the grip tester results being lower than the UK standards. That's another touch point.
Correct.
And the SEMA reports indicating the consistently high percentage of wet surface collisions.
Correct.
And to along with that, for geometry and of the highway and speeds, excessive speeds as well. Is that right?
Correct. And again, all of these kind of provide the context as I was talking about before, especially the last 2 points. If you have a high percentage of wet crashes and less than perfect the geometry and high speeds, that's an indication that you very likely will have a higher demand for friction than under standard normal conditions.
And when you say less than perfect geometry, I assume what you mean is if perfect geometry is straight, a tangent section where there's little, with not many decision points, things like that, and low traffic perhaps, which is not exactly a geometry issue, but all of those things are issues where there is a less friction demand. Is that?
Yeah, you are correct. Each time you have a curve, and again, if the curve is very, very with a very high radius, may not be, but if the radius is it's significant that you have to use some of that friction to transverse the curve, then the friction you have for safety, for braking and so on would be less because you are using already some of that friction to transverse the curve safely. And if you go fast, you need more friction.
And then there's another use of the term relatively low is friction is in your report. You comment on the abutting pavements to the Red Hill on the link and the QEW interchange, which have been measured as higher skid resistance levels as you described earlier. If we could go to page 10 of Dr. Flinch's report, please. And in the top paragraph, call that out. This is what I was just speaking of about the higher levels in the abutting pavements. And you indicate the difference between the friction on the adjacent highway sections at either end of the RHVP compared with that on the RHV itself, make the relatively low friction on the RHVP more problematic. Those drivers reaching the RHVP from adjacent highway sections with higher friction may have an expectation of friction levels that are not available on the RHVP. And you use the term relatively low here. Does this reflect your opinion?
Yes, it does.
Okay, you could take that down, please. But Mr. Hine, as you know, disagrees with that. And if we could call up Mr. Hine's report at image 10. Page 8, yes, thank you. in paragraphs 26 and 27, he prior to that, he quotes the passage in your report that I just took you to. There we go. I won't read all of this, but I think Mr. Hine is saying here he disagrees with you and that differentials in friction and different pavement sections don't create issues for the average driver or expectations for them. And it's usually only appreciated, such changes are only appreciated by specialized drivers like race car drivers and the like. Could you comment on that?
Sure, I do agree that we regular drivers don't think about friction when they're driving, but I don't agree that this is not perceived by any ways, because truly friction is related with the stopping distance. So if you are driving in a highway with a specific friction, then you kind of get used what it is, how much brake effort you have to make to, and how much distance you have to keep with. Just an example from the other vehicle. So, or then all of a sudden, if the friction is lower, you will need a much higher distance, and you may not notice that. But then, if you assume it's the same, you may not have enough distance to stop when you brake and crash into the vehicle in front of you. That's just an example. It's not that you are thinking about friction, but you cannot get used to a driving pattern that is safe. And again, when you start to rain, we typically start to keep more distance from the vehicle in front of us because we know there's less friction there. But when the pavement is dry or if it's wet, in both cases, I cannot tell that really there's been a change, and that could become unsafe in a way. So I think I know we don't think about friction, but in a way that the way we drive is conditioned by how we feel the vehicle is able to stop under regular driving conditions. So, of course, if it's changing all the time, I would agree that. But if it's significant sections that it's high friction and then all of a sudden lower, I may have more difficulties adjusting to that because I don't know that I need more distance. Just
so it's actually the converse, really. It's a regular, if I understood you correctly, that regular drivers, so that you, me, well, maybe you know it better, but anyway, certainly me, don't appreciate the difference is in friction. And is that a good way to put it?
Correct.
Okay.
But it does impact your sense of safety in a way, and your safety, because if you get used to one value and all of a sudden it's lower, you may not be aware that you need to keep a longer distance between you and the vehicle in front of you, or that you need to slow down in a curve because you may not be able to transversely safely.
You could take that down, please, Registrar. So I'd like to go back to discuss the Tradewind report itself, followed by the Golder report recommendations. If we could go to page 13 of your report. And I won't, you've already commented on the Tradewind report to an extent, so I'm not going to go through all of this, but if we could look at the fourth and Yeah, fourth and fifth bullets, please. And in these bullets, you're referring to the conclusion in the trade wind report itself using the incorrect or the earlier UK investigatory level 2 of a 48 grip number rather than the lower one that was current at the time. But that Tradewind recommended a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics of the Red Hill Valley Parkway based on the friction measurements recorded in the current survey. And then you indicate that I concur with this recommendation. Although yes. Tradewind used an earlier table with an earlier conversion to convert the investigatory levels for the SCRIM to GN grip number, and only one investigatory level for each demand category, the same conclusion would have been reached using the levels reported in 2005 and reproduced in table 1, which we've already looked at. So we've discussed why you, in your view, the UK standards are a useful reference in a particular instance. Can you describe why an investigation would be warranted based on this?
Yeah, I do feel it is a reasonable recommendation because, again, since there are not, we do have some measurements, and those measurements are below what is considered safe. Well, not considered safe, but to consider worth of an investigation in the UK. It makes sense to me. Well, I should investigate, and if I don't believe on the measurements, as I mentioned before, the minimum I would need to do is verify that if I use equipment I used to, that the measurements are okay.
By using
are appropriate for the conditions I have.
So you mean like using a device that you recognize, or if you don't recognize that standard, then a standard that you do recognize and a device that you're familiar with?
Definitely. And the other thing, at least in the US, that we do when there's an investigation is look at the percentage of wet crashes and see that's about the typical values for what we consider a good friction road.
That's right, as part of the investigation.
As part of the investigation.
Okay. And so if you have a report that indicates there may be an issue, do you simply ignore it?
No. Especially when they relate to safety.
Well, yeah, I'm specifically talking about a friction report in this issue. So
yeah.
And then you could call up the last 2 bullets, Registrar. And as to close off, I think you referred to this issue earlier, but here you talk about the potentially using those standards. You could apply higher investigatory values. Is the first bullet based on the demand categories? Is that what that's referring to?
That is correct. The value that was used in the report was for kind of sections without any events, but curves are considered an event, and again, depending on the conditions, you could have decided, well, we have several curves in the section, so I should use a higher value as an investigatory level. Again, going back, that there may be a higher demand of friction in that section.
And then in the second bullet there, you refer to the localized sections of lower values as referred to in the trade wind report.
Yeah, correct.
Is that just another indication of a potential concern?
Exactly.
I'm just going to, oops. Yeah, if I could just ask a question with respect to wet weather accidents, are you saying that the experience with wet weather accidents would incline you would be one of the factors that would suggest that further investigation is warranted?
Correct. Or a confirmation that there's a friction problem. If you have low friction and a high percentage of crashes on wet weather, then that's a confirmation that probably I need to correct for improve this friction of that section.
In other words, you would start with the assumption that perhaps friction was lower than it had to be on that particular section where you're seeing that accident experience.
Correct, and that's the way the wet accident reduction program in the U.S. have worked for many years. We just move in a proactive approach where we measure friction, and before what we did is we look at places where we have a high percentage of wet crashes, and then check if the friction is appropriate in these sections. So it was the opposite. Right now, what we are saying, well, let's measure friction at the network level so we can be proactive and find out places where friction may be contributing to crashes and then do the investigation. But before it says, well, we don't have enough equipment to measure friction everywhere. So let's look at the places where a high percentage of crashes and then focus on those and see if friction is a problem. So if you have the two, it's a confirmation that you have a problem. And again, that go back to the fact that both dry and wet crashes increase when friction goes down, when you have lower friction, but the wet crashes increase at a higher rate. So when the friction is deficient, more deficient, you get a higher percentage of wet crashes. Because you demand more friction. Well, it's not that you demand more friction. The friction value is lower when the pavement is wet. And we discussed that in the primary extensively.
That answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes.
And, SEMA did do in its 2015 and later reports analyzed high levels of wet weather collisions, as you mentioned. Is that, given the results in the trade wind report, is that something that you would or would not have predicted?
No, that's what I would expect. Again, that what I believe is a confirmation that there is a friction problem.
And then in the, we discussed the Golder report, which in 2014, which attached the trade wind report and made some recommendations. If we could call up page 28 of Dr. Flinch's report, please. And in the section 4.1.2, Golder, the first two paragraphs, if you could call that up, please, Registrar, in the middle. And as we know, when you refer here, Golder recommended in its January 2014 report that there were a couple of things, and the friction issue was embedded in it, which was that there was a recommendation to deal with cracking, longitudinal top-down cracking by resurfacing, and on the remaining portion to route and seal cracks, followed by applying a single layer of microsurfacing. And then the combination of the two, mill and overlay and applying microsurfacing, as stated in the Golder report, by doing that, the issue of relatively low FN on the RHVP would also be addressed. And you indicate that, of course, you're not opining about the cracking issue, but that you agree with Golder that doing that, the combination with the microsurfacing done properly, would have addressed the low friction issue at that time. That remains your view?
Yes.
And so Mr. Hine, in his report, he opines that it was not necessary for Hamilton to carry out microsurfacing on the Red Hill at that time in 2014. If we could go to the Hine report, image 12, please. Just page 10. And Mr. Hine, his comments in response are here. And then the question he poses at the start is question for comment on Dr. Flinch's opinion that the RHVP should have been microsurfaced in 2014 and that resurfacing the RHVP was preferable to shot blasting in 2019. I don't think there's any disagreement on the second part of it, so I'll focus on the first part. The microsurfacing in 2014, did you, is that what you were saying in your report, that the city should have done it right then?
No, I agree with the recommendation that they could have addressed the problem, and I also agree with the recommendation that should have been investigated.
Right.
Yeah.
So just to come back, if they were doing the microsurfacing along with the partial surfacing, that would have addressed the issue. That's number one.
If done properly, as I mentioned before, because there was some conflicting evidence in the literature about microsurfacing. In some cases work very well, in others didn't work as well.
Okay, and I think that the second part with the recommendation about, you agree with the, I guess it's the Tradewin recommendation about investigating, right?
Correct.
If you weren't going to address it, you should investigate it.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you've described that issue.
Perhaps I can ask, just to be clear, when you say it should have been investigated, do you mean that there should have been more testing using, as you described it, testing equipment with which one felt more familiar, such as the locked wheel tester? Or do you mean that there should have been an investigation into whether, given the various factors that create a demand for friction, there was a need for more friction than these levels as tested seem to indicate?
Well, if I were doing it, I would have done both.
Okay.
And that, because the second part includes looking at the crashes and the geometry of the road.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is as we discussed before. There's a cost benefit part of this,
Mm-hmm.
but so how much it depends on the conditions. In this case, with the high traffic and a high demand road, probably I would do both.
And along those lines, just before we get into the issue of contributing factors to collisions, and the issue of wet weather collisions, we discussed your view of whether a particular level of friction declared by an investigatory level or a guideline depends on the demand and the circumstances, and that's what you were just referring to. And is the with wet road conditions, is the question of whether inadequate friction is a contributing factor to elevated wet road collisions dependent on whether the friction levels are above or below or at a particular threshold, regardless of what that is?
No, there's typically always more collisions on wet weather because, again, the friction is lower in the same location. Because we measure wet friction, and during dry conditions, the friction is higher than we are measuring really. So that's why it's less critical, but it does impact both, and there's quite a bit of evidence to that effect.
Okay.
But again, it's during wet conditions, we do get more crashes in percentage, maybe not in number, but in percentage than during dry conditions. And that's always the case. But the lower the friction, that percentage start to increase.
Okay. And at page 27 of your report, you go there. There's the reference to is starting there in a legal opinion, and then registrar, you call out that and the next two paragraphs, sort of the middle of the page.
All right, page 27.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lewis, this is page 27 of Mr. Flinch's report?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
And so this is referring to comments by Mr. Malone to a lawyer, David Bogosian, indicates when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution to the inordinate number of wet road crashes, Mr. Malone advised as follows, and then Mr. Bogosian's memo or opinion indicates the four bullets of slipperiness of the road surface, i.e. road is slipperier when wet than other roads, which leads to greater accidents than on roads with similar large numbers of horizontal curves in wet road conditions. Second bullet, speeds exceeding the capability of the highway given the curvature of the road. Third, curves in the road. There are a number of sharp curves having design speeds of 100 kilometers an hour, whereas a high proportion of vehicles are substantially exceeding that speed. And fourth, the close proximity of on-off ramps to each other, leading to losses of control and or drivers' errors as traffic attempts to merge onto the highway or cut across lanes to get off the highway. So, and then the next paragraph is indicated, Mr. Malone testified on October 31st, and your report was due very shortly thereafter that. And so there's the indication below there where the Mr. Malone testified on October 31st that regarding that ranking, that he did feel that those bullet points were contributing factors, but interrelated, and that he would not rank them. And you're asked to give your view on that, which is indicated in the last paragraph there, that the proportion of Red Hill Valley Parkway collisions that occurred on a wet surface was high. That you agree with that. I also agree of all the listed factors, including slipperiness of the road surface, low friction, probably contributed to this unusually high percentage of wet road collisions. However, I do not have enough scientific evidence to comment on the order of greater contribution attributed to Mr. Malone in the memo. And so if I compare it, in short, you agree with Mr. Malone that of including all of those factors as contributors. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you don't rank them because they're all interrelated. Is that right?
That is correct. And again, it's impossible to generalize. All of them are important. In particular, crash, one may be more important than the other, but I don't think it's possible to, at least based on what I've seen, that this, you can say, well, in all cases, this is what is the main cause in general.
Right. And so I think you said that it was that in a particular crash, one might be more important than the other, but in a generalized sense, you're not able to state.
Correct.
And so in that sense, you agree that Mr. Hine, he indicates that if you're going to attribute something to a particular crash, you have to have a particular examination or potentially a reconstruction of that particular collision. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
And in those four factors, or those four bullets, I should say, if I understood what you said before correctly, that those three, the speeds, the curves, the on and off ramps, that those are things that go toward the friction demand part of the analysis.
Correct.
And although Mr. Hine disagrees with the conclusion that the friction level, skitter's level on the Red Hill was relatively low, do you read any, from your reading, do you read any disagreement in Mr. Hine's report with your assessment that the friction level, however it's characterized, is a contributor to the high level of wet weather collisions?
No.
Commissioner, I'm at a natural break point, and it's almost 12:30. I wonder if this would be a good time to take lunch.
That's fine. And why don't we take the usual lunch? I guess we'll take an hour and a quarter. And that means we'd return at 1:45.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner, Council, Dr. Flinch.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Dr. Flinch, I want to recapitulate a couple of things that you said and make sure I understand them completely about in your comments about the Tradewind report and the Golder report recommendations and coming out of that. And so I'm going to tell you how I understood it, and if you correct me if I'm misinterpreted it in any way. Okay. As I understood it, that the remedial measures that were recommended in the Golder report, which was the mill and pave for the part of the Red Hill where the longitudinal cracking was identified as being an issue, and that the microsurfacing, if done properly, as you said, on the rest of the Red Hill would have addressed, you agree that that would have addressed any friction issues? That, right?
I
That's
agree.
the first thing.
Yes.
But if those remedial measures recommended by Golder at that time weren't taken, that there should have been an investigation, and as mentioned by the Tradewind report. Is that right?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, and then and I thought that was clear. Where then the next thing was about two potential parts about the investigation. You referred to if there was a question about the applicability or the usefulness of the grip tester results and the UK standards and so forth, and that if it was thought that there was more familiar equipment like the ASTM locked wheel tester and so forth, that if there were any questions about that, then further testing should have been done using the familiar equipment. Is that the first part of it?
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Okay. And then in any event of whether that further testing was done, investigate whether the friction demand may be exceeding the available friction by reviewing the geometry, speeds, traffic collisions, those sorts of things. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. And excuse me, I'd like to go back to briefly to your references to the SEMA reports in your report. And Registrar, this is at the bottom of page 26 and 27. And the bottom three paragraphs on continuing and on to page 27 of the bottom three of 26 on 27 talks about the three SEMA reports you specifically reference. The 2013 SEMA review done between the portion between Dartnell and Green Hill Roads, and potential issues there and recommendations. And then the 2015 RHVP detailed safety analysis by SEMA, which refers to the 50% of the collisions on wet surfaces, suggesting friction problems, and in particular, the northbound main line in the segment, including the King Street interchange, showed a high percentage, and recommended friction testing as one of the countermeasures that should be considered, and also possible improvements recommending recommended speed enforcement, installing slippery when wet signs. And then the January 2019 SEMA roadside safety assessment, which had a further analysis of wet surface collisions and opining that the findings that inadequate skid resistance and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions, and noting that the portions between Green Hill and King Street and King and Queenston had up to 88% of wet surface collisions. And again, what do these wet weather collision proportions tell you? Do you agree with SEMA about their assessment?
Yes, I do. Again, as I said before, these are high collisions, and in some cases, of course, very high. We are talking about 88%, as mentioned there. So, I feel that these are very high, and they are a confirmation that, as we mentioned before, the demand for friction exceeds the supply, the friction that the pavement is supplying.
And you've read the report of Mr. Doing Kareem of 30 FE responding to Russell Brownlee's of TNS report and of Mr. Brownlee's report, yes?
Yes.
And in your report, you relied upon, you wrote about the city's annual collision reports from 2017 to 2021, and indicated that you relied upon Mr. Brownlee's analysis about the significance of the trends, the collision trends after the various countermeasures were enacted by the city and the resurfacing took place in 2019. And Mr. Kareem, one thing he takes issue with in Mr. Brownlee's report is relying on the statistics post the resurfacing because of the pandemic. First, that there's a short period of time prior to that, but then during the pandemic, and indicating that the pandemic threw everything off, if I can paraphrase. And so the collision data from the pandemic period, in particular there 2020-21 is unreliable and cannot, or at least insofar as it cannot be compared to pre-pandemic data. So that in effect that you cannot reach conclusions pertaining to the effect of those countermeasures and the resurfacing because of the disconnect in the data due to the pandemic. And I anticipate that Mr. Brownlee is going to testify that after considering Mr. Kareem's perspective on this point, that he has reconsidered and will agree with Mr. Kareem about the pandemic era data and the unreliability of it. And so, assuming that's the case, would that change your other conclusions in any respect?
No. And although I'm not, I haven't done any research on the post-pandemic crashes or anything like that. One of the reasons that we use a ratio between wet crashes and dry crashes for kind of assessing the friction issue is because, and again, this is one of the reasons, not the only reason, but it's because when you do you divide by the number of dry crashes, you're kind of normalizing the conditions. And again, I don't have a very robust scientific basis for this, but just based on what I know about this analysis, I feel that people will not dry different. The changes would have affected both dry and wet conditions similarly. It'd be very unlikely that people will change their behavior in dry conditions, but not in wet conditions, vice versa. If they change the behavior, it would change both behaviors. So it shouldn't be affecting the ratio. But again, this is just an opinion, maybe instead of a scientific fact. And the second thing, even if we do, I wouldn't trust the result. That's not the case after the pandemic. That wouldn't change my conclusions because, again, the numbers you observe are very high, as I said before, independent of what happened after. And I suspect that this will be confirmed with future assessment.
Now I'd like to talk about Dr. Hassan Baj's report. I briefly mentioned that at the outset. And broadly speaking, he dealt with, I think, three broad issues. Is that first is with what you agreed with was that that the front end testing, if I could put it that way, of the mix aggregate, that it met all the requirements for use at the time of the construction, and we already discussed that. And a second part is that with respect to there was the MTO testing done in 1992, very long time ago now, that the MTO conducted, and you mentioned it in your report, and Dr. Baj indicated that it's incorrect to compare anything to 1992. He agreed with you that their variation isn't uncommon or to be expected in a quarry over time. And he goes into quite a bit of detail about that. And so what you have a reference, it's at page 23, if we could go to it, to the 1992 testing. And yeah, that's that paragraph. Thank you. The first full paragraph on that page, if you could expand that just a bit. Sorry, the first full paragraph that starts with the PSV. Yeah. And so in the middle of that, you note that the in-service pavement PSV results from December 2017 is consistent with the results of the MTO obtained from 1992, reported by the MTO in December 2007, but lower than the value of 52 that the MTO reported for the same aggregate source obtained from quarry in 2008. And then you note that the variation is not uncommon as different rock seams are exploited over time. So just what do you say about what Dr. Baj says about the 1992 results, and maybe just describe what your intention was when you mentioned that?
No, I agree with him. Maybe the way I worded the sentence wasn't the best. I was asked to comment how they were, and well, they were similar, but I didn't mean to say that it will have any impact or whether the aggregate later on was acceptable or not. It was just the same value. It caught my attention, but yeah, I didn't mean to imply that we should say the aggregate was bad because of that.
And then, as noted there, you refer to the PSV of 45 obtained from the in-service pavement that it was extracted by Golder in 2017 and then tested shortly thereafter. One thing I should note, Commissioners, at the bottom of this paragraph, and I confirmed this after Ms. Roberts pointed it, or Ms. Ramaswamy pointed it out in December, that the third last line, when it talks about an aggregate susceptible to polishing, loses its macro texture because of the abrasive effect of traffic, that should be microtexture.
Microtexture.
And yes, and we confirmed that with Dr. Flinch and advised council at that time. That's correct? That's just a typo there? Dr.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so we know that Dr. Baj spends a considerable amount of time in his report talking about the unreliability and that of the PSV results taken in 2000 from the in-service pavement in 2017. And so just to back up for 1 sec, am I correct that the observations in your report about the polishing is relating to that polishing is a cause of the approximately 20% drop in skid resistance over the time period that you've already discussed? Is that, as a first thing, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. At least one of the factors related with that. Yes.
Okay. If, as Dr. Baj suggests, that you cannot rely, none of us can rely on the 2017 PSV results of 45, does that change anything else in terms of about what the cause is in terms of polishing off of the microtexture of the aggregate?
No.
Okay. And in the sense that the polishing of the aggregate over time is the cause of the reduction in friction.
Correct.
Okay. And if we could look at Dr. Baj's conclusions or his report. And if we could go registrar to Dr. Baj's report, image 26. Which is page 25, I believe. So this one is one page off image and page. And Dr. Baj indicates in section 3.3, and referring to that drop in friction of approximately 20%, Dr. Baj refers to you correctly as having described the drop as significant, and that you appear to connect it to the PSV measured in 2017 from the in-service pavement. And then he disagrees, I think, with the drop in friction of 20% over a 6-year period being significant. Can you comment on that?
Well, that depends on the aggregate you're using, of course, and the regular practices. In addition to that, it depends on where you start with. If you start with a very high friction value, then if you drop 20%, you still have high friction. But if we have a friction that, like we had, that it started with about 40 something and ended up being around 30, then it's more critical than in other cases. And again, what I'm saying is it's relative, but I do feel that it is significant.
Okay. And
again, I don't have a lot of experience with other aggregates in Canada, so I couldn't comment if that's average or higher or lower than others.
Okay. If we go to page 25, it's image 26. Next page. Oh, wait, sorry. Image 26. Yeah, maybe do keep up that image and the next one, please. That's it. Thank you. In the last paragraph on page 25, Dr. Baj indicates that aggregate polishing is, in fact, a significant contributor to the loss of the skid resistance of pavements. As stated by Dr. Flinch, the aggregate loses its microstructure because of the abrasive effect of traffic, and this is true for all natural aggregates. Therefore, it is reasonable to expect aggregates to polish during the pavement's service life. Aggregate polishing would happen faster when the traffic volume is higher than the anticipated design volume, which was the case with the RHVP. And then he goes on, as said, that he disagrees that the PSV testing is related to that, or from 2017, the PSV testing, to conclude that it's susceptible to polishing because it was altered by being in service. So the first thing is, do you read this conclusion by Dr. Baj as agreeing with you about aggregate polishing being the cause or contributing factor to the reduction in friction, or whatever that was? Is that fair?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. But disagreeing with you that you can use the 2017 PSV results to arrive at that conclusion?
Well, I did not use those results to arrive to that conclusion. I was just commenting that it's consistent. It's just an observation. It truly is not a cause effect there.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if I implied that. It was just commenting that there's a polishing and it's good amount of polishing, so it's consistent with the value that was obtained.
Okay. And is it typical to do the PSV testing on in-service aggregates? Dr. Baz says that that's not the usual way of doing it.
No, I agree. I haven't seen it before.
Okay, and and then, as I understood, and this is, excuse me, indicated in your report, that polished dome value is intended to give a representation of the terminal frictional characteristics of the aggregate. Could you describe, just so we understand, can you describe what that means? Is that the end point when it's fully polished? Is that what that means?
In theory, that's what the test is looking for. Of course, in practice, you always need to end somewhere with a test. So you do so many cycles of polishing and then you stop. So it may or may not be the terminal value in reality. So that's why it very well could be that when you start with a lower value, you may end up with something lower than what you would do if you start with the original aggregate. But in theory, the objective of the test would be to get the terminal polishing value. So if that's the case, then it will make a difference if you start with an aggregate that's already polished, because you end up at it. But again, one thing is the theory and another is the practice. And I never done this test myself, so I couldn't tell if that's the case or not.
Okay. And I think that Dr. Baj's overall point is that the in-service PSV results do not indicate what the original frictional qualities of the aggregate was, that it indicates instead of sort of a projecting of its current state and projecting forward. But is that nevertheless, is that consistent with indicating a loss of friction over time, that there has been polishing?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you indicated earlier that with respect to the polishing, you talked about the results taken by Tradewind and Englobe, the friction results, and that were obtained from the wheel paths versus the center lane. And that was something that you relied on the issue of polishing. Is that right?
Correct.
And as well that the macrotexture was, as you said, was overall satisfactory.
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to your general observations and conclusions on page 29 and 30, back to Registrar to Dr. Flinch's report, pages 29 and 30. And I don't intend to read it out, but starting, I think what we were just talking about, you refer about the macrotexture measurements and the PSV value, but you've explained your perspective on that, and that the level of wear reflecting a decline in microtexture is something that's reflected overall by the testing. Then if we could call up the bottom paragraph on 29 and then as well the balance of 30, where it continues. Oh, sorry, all three paragraphs on 30, if you can do that. Okay, thank you. That was a complicated one. I appreciate, Registrar. So this is a summary of your conclusions.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, is this a fair summary of your overall conclusions?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, and we've seen that the expert reports tendered by the city and Golder disagreed with your, semi-agreed with you on certain points, and so forth, and attempted to address those items. Is there anything that you have read in the participants' reports or discussion today that causes you to reconsider your this overall conclusion?
No.
Okay, and this still reflects your opinion?
Yes.
Commissioner, I'd just like to review my notes. To be done, and I'd like to just speak to Participants Council, and if I may, to just talk about their time estimates.
Sure. Well, then why don't we take a 5-minute break, and I'll ask the registrar to put all the council in a separate breakout room.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We'll be
I'll
back.
open breakout rooms and assign council to a breakout room. Thank you.
Thank Thank you. We're back. May I proceed, Commissioner? I just have, I think, one or two questions.
Please do so.
Thank you. Dr. Flinch, this is just on the issue of the pandemic era collision statistics and whether anything can be drawn for that. And I just want to confirm the last part of your evidence on that. I think you indicated that, if you can't rely on it, it wouldn't change your conclusions about pre-pandemic, but that once those statistics are normalized and going forward, is that what you were talking about? That if there is a reduction, that could be verified going forward? Was that what you were saying?
In part, yes, but they also said when we're doing the ratio between the wet and dry crashes, we are kind of normalizing the percentage also. So I wouldn't expect that the percent of wet between the wet and dry would change because of the pandemic.
But
because I don't expect the driving behavior will be different when the pavement is dry or wet, or at least the change in behavior. Of course, it's different, but the change in behavior will be similar. But so and of course, eventually the conditions will normalize and there will be more data to correct. So I think it's both.
That's the point I was getting at, was that the second part about that, whether it's now or whenever, when traffic conditions have normalized. Is that was what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, Commissioner. I understand that Ms. Roberts, on behalf of Golder, is going to lead off, followed by Mr. Chen for the city, and Mr. Burry for the MTO after that, and maybe Ms. Lorion for Dufferin at the end. Thank you.
Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner. May I begin?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Flinch, hello. I am Jennifer Roberts, counsel for Golder. I have a few questions, but I think you've covered off most of what I would have otherwise asked. So I will be fairly brief. I just want to begin with a point from your evidence. And I'm going through my notes, so please forgive me if I've got this somewhat muddled, but this was a commissioner's question when he asked in the context of your evidence about whether the city had taken Golder's advice and implemented microsurfacing, that would have improved friction. And then you said, but if they didn't do that, that they should have then done something about the advice provided by Tradewind and conducted further investigation. You mentioned that if they had been uncomfortable, I think that's your word, with the testing that had been done, they should have used a different kind of testing. Do you remember that?
What I said, if I was, I don't believe in the result of the grip tester, but the grip tester is showing maybe I should be doing something. The minimum I would do is to go ahead and do testing with equipment I am familiar with, like the log wheel.
Okay, but I take it that you're not in that answer suggesting that there was any uncertainty or unreliability about the use of a grip tester? No,
we've used it for several projects in the US, so no, I don't have any issues with that.
So your evidence is if the owner in this case was uncomfortable with the methodology, they should have just used a different methodology. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want to address your evidence about the expectation of friction on different sections of the road. And I think maybe it's easiest way to do this is to look at one of the figures from your report. If I can, Registrar, if I can ask you please to go to, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Dr. Flinch's report pages, let's go to page 9. Which is figure 4. Okay. And you discuss in your report, and you've testified today that that drivers may have an expectation of friction going from one highway with high friction to another with lower friction. Do you remember that part of your testimony? Okay. And I think if we and Commission Council took you to this is the you put in a graph format the friction measurements by ARI before resurfacing, and it shows changes at either end, which we've indicated is beyond the SMA asphalt. And that signifies the circumstance you're talking about, where there's a change in, empirically, there's a change in friction.
Correct.
Okay. And I just want to address this point, because I think, as a driver, surely it's the case that on any highway that there are, as that highway is surfaced and then resurfaced over time, that there's consistently changes in friction.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so that expectation of friction is always going to be, at least in part, violated by just the ordinary resurfacing of a highway?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And let me, and forgive me, sir, I am jumping around a little bit.
No problem.
I don't want to take you in detail through evidence that you've already gone through. I just want to address the Golder recommendation to use microsurfacing. Registrar, can you take down that call out, please? Thank you. You say in your report that assuming that microsurfacing were properly done, that would have improved friction. Now, taking that assumption that the microsurfacing was properly done, how long would you expect that the improved frictional characteristics would last?
That's a very good question, and I don't know for sure, but I would expect that it would be several years.
Okay, thank you. And I want to go to a similar point in relation to your evidence about shot blasting and skid abrading. You address the recommendation to carry out shot blasting and skid abrading. You address that recommendation, and say in 2018 that by the time that recommendation is given in 2018, that the resurfacing was already pending, and you understood that why that advice might not be taken, because resurfacing was a better answer. Do I have that evidence right?
What I said, if I remember correctly, is that in general, microsurfacing is a long-term solution that talking about several years. My experience with the shot blasting is when you have heavy traffic, it does provide some help, but it's only temporary. We're talking about months. So you may have had to repeat that again but it depends on the conditions again. And it's a treatment that has been used, but it's not widely used around the world.
Okay, so let me just dig into the treatment, and there's some evidence on this one. So as to what shot blasting and skid abrading is, and I understand that they're two slightly different techniques, but in both cases they essentially crudely roughen the surface texture.
That is correct, and then one is a special case of the other.
Okay.
A skid abrader is a shot blasting technology with some special features that make it more efficient, at least in theory.
And as I understand it, and look to you for correction, effectively you're shooting metal into the surface of the highway and then using a magnet to pick it up, and that process roughens the surface.
Yeah, the impact of the pellets, the steel pellets, break the aggregate and expose the macro texture, basically.
Okay. and you've alluded to it already, but were either of these techniques of shot blasting, skid abrading applied in 2016? How long, in general terms, would you expect the friction characteristics to last?
Yeah, again, I don't have a lot of experience with those treatments, so it will be hard to say. But my opinion, based on the limited applications, we did test some applications around Washington D.C. recently. It's you're talking about months.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I take it the techniques could have been used on sections of the Red Hill.
That is correct.
Okay, so if I'm following your evidence correctly, there were areas where objectively there were high numbers of collisions, particularly wet weather collisions. And as you describe it, that in those sections there's a very high demand for friction. And I take it, sir, that in those areas that they could have been improved had the city used the techniques of skid abrading or shot blasting.
That's a lot of ifs, but if I had yeah, of course, the most critical locations are where you have low friction and a lot of a high percent of wet crashes. So if I were going to fix that section like that, I will emphasize fixing first the localized areas where I do have the lowest friction and the highest percentage of wet crashes. And a skid abrader or shot blasting could have been one of the solutions.
Okay.
I know in the short term I've seen improvements. Again, I wouldn't guess how long it will last. I don't think it will be a solution for 5 years, but
I appreciate that. Okay. But it could have been applied as a technique to improve friction temporarily, as you say, pending a more comprehensive pavement resurfacing.
Correct, and I know it is used. I had one student who did some work in Spain looking at this, and it does provide a temporary solution. And this was a concession they had to provide a specific level, so they would use this as a regular practice to keep the friction in an acceptable value. So there are experiences like that.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go to a different topic. You were taken to it by Commission Council. Dr. Baj's view that the decline in friction values of approximately 20% was he didn't think it was significant. Did you do? And so I just sort of want to note that and leave it. I take it that the point you're actually making, the important point is that regardless of whether you characterize the change as significant or not, that the friction was relatively low. Pick your phrase. But your view is that the evidence from the high number of wet weather collisions and the high demand on friction because of the geometry and those other factors, that clearly that means that, however you call it, that there was insufficient friction for the demand. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Dr. Flinch. Those are my questions.
Okay, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, I believe Mr. Chen is up next for the city.
May I proceed, Mr. Commissioner?
Yes, please do, Mr. Chen.
Good afternoon, Dr.
Good
Flinch.
afternoon.
I'm counsel for the city. Just taking you back to your primer, it discusses approaches that highway agencies use to specify and manage, frictional properties of pavements in a number of jurisdictions: Australia, the UK, and New Zealand. You recall that?
Yes.
But with respect to Canada, in your primer, you state that you're unaware of any published this is paraphrasing, provincial or national standards in Canada respecting highway friction investigatory or intervention levels. Do you recall that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then you go on to say that you consulted with colleagues to confirm that was your understanding, right?
That is correct.
Right. And you contacted colleagues that had expertise, I suppose, in Canadian friction management practices?
Correct.
Right. And I take it you did that because they would have more knowledge and experience with respect to Canadian friction management practices.
That is correct. I look at the literature and the websites and all of that, and I couldn't find anything, but I wasn't sure. So that's why I felt it was a good idea to check with some local colleagues to verify that was the case, in case I didn't want to miss anything, of course.
Yeah, fair. One of those colleagues was a name who you've mentioned today, David Hine. You recall that?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
And you emailed him for help on this topic?
Yes, he's a good friend and also a colleague in some of the activities of the World Road Association and ASE.
Great. And do you recall asking Mr. Hine about specifically Canadian standards or policies that speak to, I guess, required or recommended friction levels?
Correct.
Right. And you've reached out to Mr. Hine because you recognized that he is a friction expert in Canada, correct?
Correct.
And take it you're aware of the work that Mr. Hine has done in Canada with respect to pavements and friction testing?
Yes, there's some of it. I wouldn't say, especially mostly the international work. He's been very active internationally. That's when I interacted with him more. I never worked with him in a project in Canada, so I know what he's published about it, but not all his work.
All right. But would you agree that Mr. Hine, being a friction expert in Canada, he has more experience than you conducting friction testing on Ontario roads, for example?
Of course, I never done any testing on Ontario roads, but I don't think that doesn't mean I haven't done testing on roads. We use many different pieces of equipment. I said me is our research group on roads and all around the U.S. That's through my consulting work. I also been involved in a few other countries, but never in Canada. I agree with that part.
Right, never in Canada or Ontario for that matter.
Correct. Although I was examiner for a couple of students that did their PhD dissertations on friction in Canada. So I do have some indirect knowledge because I had to review their dissertations.
Okay, indirect knowledge. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just turning to Ontario and the practices here in your report, and we've heard about it a lot in the inquiry, you refer to the friction number of 30 that's used by the MTO.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
And you understand that the MTO uses, I'll just say FN 30 for short, as an investigatory level?
That's what I understand, a kind of an informal investigatory level because it's not a published number.
Right. No, I understand. I understand that. And that FN 30 investigatory level, you learned of that through preparing for this inquiry or in the course of this inquiry?
Correct.
All right. You haven't previously in your work applied FN 30 in any context?
Not really, not myself. We've assessed this because in the US we are moving from a simple number to a friction demand concept similar to the UK. So we've been using in that concept. So we have defined investigatory levels, but we haven't. I know that the several states have some numbers that they use as they were already discussed in the proceeding.
Yeah, and Mr. Hine, as you saw, I think Mr. Lewis had showed you the one of the tables that Mr. Hein has included, the variation, below 30, above 30. You call that? Okay, and just in your report, I just want to make sure I am clear about this, that you don't express an opinion on the MTO's use of FN30 for friction management practices.
No.
Correct. And you also don't express an opinion on what Mr. Hein has said in his report about the use of FN30. In your report or in today's evidence, just obviously.
Yeah, well, in the report, I didn't have the other report, so I couldn't. I couldn't comment. I don't have any issues with the use of the number 30. What I would comment is I would say that I don't think that should be a value that we tell you below, and we talk about this below 30. It's an unsafe road. Higher than safety. 30, I'm sure, is a safe road. What I said several times is that how much friction is needed. The friction demand depends on the context on that particular highway. Things like the speed the vehicles are traveling, the geometry, and all that. That's so. I do agree that it's a relevant value. I'm not sure that, as I said before, that means if you are below 30, you are safe, or vice versa. If you are about, sorry, the opposite. If you are below 30, you are not safe, and if you are above 30, you are safe. That part truly, I don't have experience to tell you that, because I haven't looked at crashes versus friction in Canada.
Right, and we
or in Ontario.
Right, and I may have a question on that as we go on, but just so I'm clear, just from the strictly speaking, talking about investigatory level, you're not saying that you shouldn't use FN30.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Registrar, could we bring up Dr. Flinch's report, which is EXP 191, image 6. At the same time, could we also bring up image 7? Dr. Flinch, one of the comments that you make is that the RHBP friction values seem to have stabilized after 2014 or so, and just, I take it by stabilized, you mean that there was a decrease in the initial years, and in 2014 onwards to 2019, the friction values were more or less in the same range.
Correct.
Okay. And figure 2, as the title suggests, what we see in that figure are average measurements for the lane, correct?
Correct.
Right. And I take it, looking at it from an average friction measurements in the way that you have done it is appropriate to kind of assess the friction values.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry, I did not understand it.
Well, the way that the friction values are presented in this figure are average friction values, and we're looking at this graph, or this bar graph, to determine the friction levels and what it is on the red hill. And take it that because you've presented it this way, it's a proper way of looking at the data.
Oh, you're saying if it's okay to use the average versus the specific plot. I also present the specific plots, so I present it both ways. I think this is a reasonable way. What I was trying to show in this plot is that friction drop significantly in the first few years. That was the main objective of showing it like this.
Okay. And just one last point on this graph before we move off of it. I take it there is a FN30 and the line going going through it, I take it we can agree that none of the bars on this figure fall below the FN30 line.
No.
So we can agree, or you don't?
No, we agree that none of the average fall below 30. We are in agreement.
Okay. And I won't take you to this. It's a different topic in your report, but you make the observation that the grip tester numbers on the RHVP, Red Hill Valley Parkway, were lower than the link. You're aware, of course, that the link was resurfaced in 2011.
Yes.
Yeah, and just as a general proposition, you would expect that a newer pavement to generate higher friction results.
Correct.
Right. And that would explain the variation or the differential between the friction levels on the link and the Red Hill.
Well, at least potentially there may be many other reasons too, but that could be one of the reasons, of course.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Lewis raised the UK levels with you, and we've touched on it a little bit in your report. You say that the UK guidelines can provide a good reference. First question, you're not aware of whether the UK investigatory levels have ever been applied in Ontario, right?
No.
Okay. And is it fair to say that an investigatory level set by one jurisdiction does not necessarily suit the conditions or needs of another jurisdiction?
Correct.
And so if a road authority wants to adopt an investigatory level from another jurisdiction, you may want to consider the differences of those conditions between jurisdictions.
Correct.
This is not a one size fits all situation.
Agree.
Okay. And Mr. Hine in his report talks about the Off-Roads report, which Mr. Lewis had raised with you as well. And I don't think we need to bring it up, but in that report, it points out various things that you would want to look at before relying on an investigatory level from another jurisdiction. So then I just want to see what your thoughts are on it.
Sure. Sorry. I thought you'd end up the question.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm going to be a bit more specific. One of the things that you would look at is the construction material. So the availability of aggregates that would affect the investigatory level.
It could.
Climate.
Yes.
Right. And another point that the report raises is road management budgets of a particular city. It's also a fair consideration.
All of those are valid consideration. I agree.
Right. And budgets themselves are important, not just for looking at investigatory levels, but also with respect to what remedial measures or treatments may be of value at a particular time.
Of course.
All right. So I want to switch topics to the very technical conversion relationship that we have in your report.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Lewis brought this up with you, and the conversion is from grip tester results, so GN, to FN90, friction number 90, or at 90 kilometers an hour. Sorry, correct?
Correct.
And so the steps that you do, you take to do the conversion are set out in your report. They may have lost the reference. It's at 2.1.2.3. I'm just trying to locate the actual image number. You could bear with me 1 second.
image page and image 18 and 19.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Okay, perfect. So you've testified that you've done the conversion in 4 steps, 2 equations, 2 adjustments, correct?
Correct.
Right. I take it there's no reliable formula to use to convert directly from GN to FN, right? Otherwise, you would have used that instead of the 4-step approach.
That is correct. That's discussed in the primer and also in Mr. Haynes' report. There have been many attempts over the years to do this. The reason why I use these 2 in particular is because they are based on significant amount of testing in a wide range of payments. A lot of the other corrections are based on narrow ranges of friction, so it's very hard to get a good, accurate conversion that you could extrapolate. And it, again, if you have facilities where you have high values and low value, of course, your equation is more comprehensive, and that's the reason why I chose these 2 in particular.
Right, but just from the direct conversion to GN to FN, there's no formula out there that will give you any, sort of comfort in the conversion. That's
correct. There are many that have been published, including some that we develop as in our research group for. But since these 2 in particular, I felt more confidence with.
Okay, well, in 2017, there's a paper by, I think, your research department.
Yep.
If we can pull that up, EXP 13.
That's the one from North Carolina?
Yeah, that's correct.
That is correct, yeah.
You know your work very well. If you can go to image 33, just jumping to the conclusion.
Yeah, there is an equation there where we had a relationship, but we didn't felt that it was very accurate, and we mentioned that when we specify. I think it's a couple of pages before that, I believe.
But if I can just confirm your conclusion here.
Mm-hmm.
Conclusions, then there's the bolded heading, harmonization, interconversion of equipment. Mm-hmm. And you say the direct results of the comparison showed that comparing the locked wheel to the GN and SR measurements produce low to moderate correlations under 50%. That you stand by that conclusion?
For this particular data set, I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. We can bring that down and turn back to image 18 of the report, EXP 191.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if that should be made an exhibit.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Noted as an exhibit.
What's the number, Mr. Registrar?
227.
Thank you.
If we can go back to image 18, when you have a moment, right, Mr. Registrar. '18 and '19. Okay. And in terms of how the conversion goes, Dr. Flint, you take the value that you obtain from the first formula, and then you apply it to the next step. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And step 1 of the conversion is the conversion of the grip number to the scrim reading.
Correct.
Right. And to do that, you relied on, and there's a site, Dunford 2010, that's the UK project that you referred to?
Correct.
Okay. And you're familiar with that project, I assume?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So can we turn up EXP 34? Page 7. Dr. Flinch, so for this UK project, it was carried out in October 2009. You see that there? Take it that's a yes, but the nod.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
No.
understand the question.
No, I was just asking you to confirm that this is when it took place.
Oh, okay, yes, of
Yeah.
course.
And for
Sorry.
this particular trial, there were 11 grip testers and 2 scrims. Is that right?
I don't remember the numbers, but
Okay.
I assume that's correct.
All right. Well, we'll come to that. But one of the objectives is to see how the grip tested results, compare with the scrim results, right? That's where you're kind of running both the machines.
Correct.
All right. You're also comparing how various grip tester results compare amongst each other. Also part of the exercise.
I don't remember the details, but I think that's probably correct. Yes.
All right. And just as a general matter, when we talk about conversions, is it correct that there are 2 concepts that are important: repeatability and reproducibility?
That is correct.
Okay. And is repeatability is the ability for a measurement tool like the grip tester to kind of repeat its results, right?
That is correct.
And reproducibility is the ability for a different measurement tool, a different grip tester, to obtain the same results.
Sorry, I lost you a little bit because you broke for a second when you were talking. Sorry.
Yeah. Repeatability is the same machine getting the same results. Reproducibility is a different machine getting a similar or same result from a different machine.
That is correct.
Yes, somewhat of a mouthful, but I think
I know.
we're on the same page. All right.
So the questions they use are they are related with the reproducibility of the devices, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
And you touched on this in your evidence earlier, but the formula that's developed as part of this trial is derived from the various roads and tracks that were used in this trial.
The various sections, yes, they're
Yeah,
kind of shorter sections, and they have a reserve facility where this was done, if I remember correctly.
Right. And can we agree that none of the sections or the test facility here replicate the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Well, I couldn't answer that. I don't. There may be one that is similar. I don't remember the details. You may go to the page where they show the sections. I reviewed this report preparing the primer, but that was a long time ago now. I don't remember the detail.
Let me just locate the page.
One of the good things I've seen in this report was, again, that there was a wide range of different friction values, from relatively low to kind of high values.
Okay.
That part I do remember, but if it was an SMA section similar to the one we are dealing with, I truly don't remember.
Oh, that's fair. I'll take you to something more specific, but
yeah,
perhaps something less challenging. I take it we can agree that the grip tester that was used to conduct the trade wind testing in 2013 was not the same as any of the grip testers that were used in this trial.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Probably the log wheel that was used by MTO wasn't the same one as used by ARA later. That's
Well, fair enough. I'm just focused on
I
the
checked.
formula and how we arrived at the
Okay.
formula. Okay.
Okay.
And this report, aside from the fact that there's variations between the grip tester, it also talks about the variations between operators, and it's not the and tow systems being different. That's all correct.
That is correct.
Okay. And so just looking at some of the results of this project, we can go to image 18. Table 4.4, Dr. Flinch, titled Average Grip Number Measured on All Road Sections.
Mhm. Can you make it a little bit bigger, that table, please? Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Registrar. I have to say this is some fascinating stuff, but just looking at row 1, which is a particular section, and then there are letters on the top, A, B, C, A to L. Those represent the different grip testers that did the testing. So if we look at row 1, am I right that the variation that we see from the 10 or 11 grip testers is that it can go as low as 0.46, which is A, and as high as 0.63, which is H?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's a difference of 46 GN and 63 GN.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, they are highlighted because they identify that there were probably some problems with those measurements, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it was K, where they had to exclude that machine because it was producing results much higher than the other grip tester challengers. And if we can turn to image 21. And I appreciate Dr. Flinch that I'm getting into the details, but I have to understand how this formula was derived. As I understand it, figure 4.1 shows the results of the study. So that they've plotted the results that they have. You see that?
Correct.
Right. And so the grip numbers range from about 0.45 all the way to 0.85 or so. Correct?
Correct.
Right.
And there's one value very low there at about 0.1. Right. Yeah.
So the data set that we're dealing with, in which this equation was developed, is replicated here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And from that data set, we get to the equation at the bottom, SC equals 0.89 times GN, correct?
That is correct. These are, I think, if I remember correctly, is the average for each device, for each section, sorry, from all the devices.
Right. And it says here, this at the bottom there, this conversion should be used with caution, and I take it that's consistent with the evidence that you gave today with respect to conversions.
Correct.
Okay. And if you can go to image, or if you can also put up image 12, which is the page before this. That. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Image 20 and 21. Okay. And you had mentioned before, Dr. Flinch, that the trial was run on different sections with different types of surfaces, and on the left side of your screen, just at the bottom there, that last paragraph, it says section 3B on the track, and all measurements from grip tester K on the track have been excluded. You see that? You see that notation? We can blow up the.
Can you repeat that? Where is that? Sorry, I got a
Yeah,
little lost.
we can just call out the paragraph, the bottom paragraph on image 20. Yeah. So it's that second line at the end, Dr. Flinch, that's section B, 3B. And all the
That's
measurements.
correct. Yeah, that's correct.
I take it you don't know what section 3B is until I show you.
No, I don't.
Okay, so if we can go.
I visited the track once many years ago, but yeah.
Seem to have lost. Image 11. If we just look at the table 2.2 there, section 3B, says SMA. Right, so that would be the section that was removed. That data was excluded. Can we agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down, Registrar. Thank you very much. Dr. Flinch, a different topic. You talk about the impact of temperature on friction measurements in your report.
Yes.
And one of the things that you say is that no measurement should be taken for. Oh,
Sorry to interrupt. I wonder if we could should we mark that as an exhibit? It's, I do it all the time, so I can hardly fault you, but I'm not sure of the document number though. The doc ID.
EXP 34, exhibit 228.
Thank you.
My law clerk is not sitting with me, signaling me to do it, so that's why I'm failing at that. Okay, Dr. Flinch, just going back to where I was, you talk about the impact of temperature on friction measurements in your report, and one of the things you say is that no measurements should be taken when the temperature drops below 0 degrees because water may freeze. Is that right?
That is correct. That was in the primer, I believe, not in the report that we're discussing now. But it's provided as an appendix. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's also in your report after you talk about the conversion at.
When we talk about the BPN, I said they're not reliable because they are done below 0 degrees. So it is implied there. Yes.
Okay. And so just going back to that point, if the water freezes, the values are unreliable.
Correct. because you're testing on ice, not on a wet pavement.
Right.
Yeah.
And in your report, aside from the 0 degrees degrees Celsius that you talk about, you also talk about your personal recommendation, also the recommendation of AASHTO, that friction testing be conducted with pavement temperatures between 5 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius, correct?
That is correct.
And is it fair to say that you would ideally want to avoid friction testing at near freezing temperatures as well, so close to 0?
Yeah, because I will be measuring the friction values that are too high con respect to what it really will do under regular conditions. The lower the temperature, the higher the value I'm measuring. So it will be too high, while in reality the friction will be lower than that.
Right, but what is there not also, if you're close to freezing temperatures, a measure of unreliability? I mean, go ahead.
Well, the recommendation is mostly based on the fact that I don't want to measure a friction higher and not be in the safe side. What I'm saying is, if you test between 5 and I don't remember what the other temperature is, you get a value that is reasonable. When the rubber they start to get too hard at low temperatures, then the friction value you're measuring at higher than what you're really getting on the road. That's my recommendation. But I know that there's some agencies that do that, and they do correct for temperature, and so I wouldn't say they are unreliable. I think this is just a recommendation. Truly, I don't have a good argument either way.
Right. So if you were testing in at temperature ranges that are even below your 5 degrees, so let me just step back. I mean, as I understand it, when you're conducting friction testing, you want to be able to control as many variables as you can, right?
Correct.
Right. And so if the temperatures have been below 0 and slowly rising, for example, are you saying that that's not a range of temperature that would cause you any concern with respect to friction testing?
Truly, I couldn't say a way or another, really. Of course, I don't want to test below freezing, as I said before, and I would need to look at each case in particular before I say, well, I feel good or not about this. I know that you look at most of the standards, they don't have a range of temperatures because we are not sure. But if you ask me about my opinion, I don't think it would be unreliable. And also, we're talking pavement temperature or air temperature. That's another question, because the pavement is typically warmer than the air by a lot of degrees during the day and by a few degrees during night. So if you're talking about 1 degree, it's very unlikely that the water will be freezing on the pavement. If you're talking about -1 degree, I would say probably I wouldn't measure, but not sure. I don't know, to be frank.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And just to confirm the separate point, Dr. Flint, your report goes into the macro texture measurements on the red hill. It's correct that your conclusion on macro texture is that the macro texture on the red hill was appropriate and acceptable?
Correct.
Okay. And turning to your comments on resurfacing and shot blasting, specifically with respect to shot blasting, your view is that shot blasting can be a good short-term solution as it relates to friction. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And when we say short-term, I take it you mean a short period of time.
Correct.
Right. And
It does, as I explained just before this discussion or two, Ms. Roberts, is that you break the aggregate and you expose some of the microtexture, and again, these are small areas that get polished again relatively quickly. Truly, I don't have enough experience to tell you if it's 3 months or 1 year or something like this, but I don't think it does provide, based on what I've seen in the literature, like a 5 years improvement that will last several years. I'm quite sure.
And so you had mentioned that microsurfacing needs to be done properly. I take it with shot blasting, similarly the effectiveness, if I understand your point about the experience, the effectiveness of shot blasting may very well depend on the asphalt and the aggregate that you're dealing with. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And one of the points that Mr. Hine makes in his report, which I think you've read, is that shot blasting sometimes is actually over abrasive, and it may actually affect friction detrimentally. Would you agree with that?
Truly, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean that. What I've seen is that it's used as a treatment to improve friction. So I couldn't tell if it could be detrimental, but it's not unreasonable.
Thank you. And you conclude that in that section of your report, that resurfacing is a better and long-term solution. Why is that?
Because you're starting with a new surface.
Okay.
So,
Fairly straightforward, Dr. Flint.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so obviously with that comes a longer term solution.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. So and just going back to what Mr. Hine said about shot blasting and it being over abrasive, you don't you don't dispute, I take it, his conclusion that that's a possibility.
No.
Okay. So and I apologize for jumping back and forth, Dr. Flint. I'm just kind of going through the notes and making sure that points that are covered. I don't ask you again. There is in your report references to localized areas with low friction. Do you recall using words to that effect?
Yes, I believe it was lower friction, not. But
okay. Well, I just to be fair, I think there's lower and then also localized elsewhere, but we don't need to go into that. And I take it you've, in your report, you've indicated that there are localized areas with lower friction, which are identified in the Tradewind report. Do you recall
Correct.
that? Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
And you've reviewed the Tradewind friction data, of course.
Yes.
And when I look at those results and compare it to ARA, for example, I see GPS coordinates with the ARA data as an example, but not the Tradewind. Is that your observation as well?
That is correct.
Okay. And without GPS coordinates, you would agree that it's quite difficult to determine with any precision, where the areas with low friction are, looking at the Tradewind report?
Well, yes and no. Of course, you won't be able to locate it to the point that you know exactly where they are. But I think since you have the beginning or the end of the section, it's relatively easy to point with an accuracy. If you have to repair them, you should be able to locate them. I wouldn't have any problem locating them myself.
Okay, so you're suggesting that and then try to think back to how the trade wind data looks, but you're going like roughly in sections of
Yeah, you're not talking
100,
about
500
fixing.
meters.
Yeah, you're not talking about fixing 5 meters of road here or there, because that will not affect friction. But we are talking about a few 100 meters. That's a little bit different. I don't know if I. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Something happened in the screen. I don't know what. I don't know if I answered your question or no. I'm sorry, I got a little bit distracted.
Yeah, no, I think we agree that the trade wind data doesn't provide you with any provision of precision of where some of the localized areas are, but you are saying that you would kind of look at it more broadly. That fair?
That is correct. Yes. And again, we need to keep in mind that some of those tests were done several years ago with GPR. It's not as commonly used as it is now.
Yeah. Just give me 1 second, Dr. Flinch.
No problem.
Okay. One of the topics that you address in your report is the contributing factors to the wet road collisions.
Yes.
And in discussing the ranking of the potential contributing factors to wet weather collisions on the Red Hill, you confirmed earlier that it's impossible to rank them because they're all interrelated. Is that a fair characterization?
That is correct. They're interrelated, and again, that imports changes from one crash to another.
Yeah, I agreed. And just in terms of the contributing factors, they would include. So we talked about slipperiness. There's also speeding and curvature. Those are factors as well.
Yes, they are.
Right, and you can't say when you're looking at those factors that one factor is contributing more than another to collisions on the Red Hill, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that is consistent with what you said at the outset of your evidence that, and I think it's in your primer, deficient friction is seldom the main cause of a crash, but that it can cause or contribute to crashes in the presence of other contributing factors. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's because, take it, the contributing factors like human error or speeding, they would create an increased friction demand as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And I think one of the points that you raised today is that higher friction values could avoid the crash or reduce the severity of the crash. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And so just looking at it from the other perspective, it's fair to say that countermeasures or actions that reduce the friction demand could also avoid the crash or reduce the severity of the crash. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, and I think you were talking about friction demand and supply, so we're kind of bringing that together. You're aware, and you've read the 2015 SEMA report. You may not have read it all, but you're aware of it.
Yes. And I read it. I read it all because I had to review it carefully. So I did read it. It wasn't a while ago. So if you ask me details, I probably need to go and look for them.
No. I will be staying high level, but that
Okay.
you understood that 2015 SEMA report to discuss the detailed safety review that was done on the Red Hill,
Yes.
right? And so based on collision analysis, SEMA in that report concluded that a combination of speeding and wet surface conditions may be contributing to the wet weather collisions on the Red Hill. That accord with your recollection?
Yes.
And just considering the conversation we've been having, we can't generalize, right? Which one of those factors would be the primary contributor, correct?
I agree.
Okay. So if a countermeasure were to be deployed that reduces speeding, for example, that, as we discussed, could reduce the demand for friction, right?
Yes.
Right. And countermeasures like those ones could also then reduce or result in a reduction of the number of collisions or reduce the severity of the collision.
Yes.
Correct? You're nodding. Yeah, you're nodding. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. I think we all agree on that. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, if I can just have a minute to consult. Mr. Commissioner, I wonder if we could take our afternoon break just to confirm that there's no further questions from our end.
That'd be fine. Let's take a 5-minute break. Oh, sorry, 15-minute break if you want to take the afternoon break. I guess we have plenty of time.
Okay, thank you.
It's a quarter to 4 now. We'll return at 4 o'clock.
Perfect. Thank you. Wait. Mr. Commissioner, no further questions from the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen.
I believe Mr. Brea was up next.
May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please do.
Good afternoon, Dr. Flinch. I'm counsel for the Ministry of Transportation. I have a few questions to ask you about the MTO friction measurements.
Sure.
Registrar, good afternoon. Registrar, can you please pull up Dr. Flinch's report at page 5? And Registrar, if you could call out the figure 1 chart at the top, that would be helpful. Thank you. Dr. Flinch, if we look at this chart, which shows the MTO locked wheel average measurements between 2007 and 2014, would you say that the friction values were starting to stabilize prior to 2014?
That's hard to say, really, because we are missing one in between. It seems that the 2012 are a little bit higher than the 2014.
Okay, and I believe this morning your evidence to Commission Council was that when you looked at the grip tester results in 2013, you had thought that that demonstrated that the friction was stabilizing around 2013. Do I have that right?
I said, yeah, around 2013 or 14, really, yes.
And if we look at this chart, we don't have any results for 2013 for the locked wheel measurements. With that in mind, is it fair to say that the results were starting to stabilize after the MTO tested in 2012? So sometime after 2012?
It could be. I don't have any way of saying really one way or another.
That's fine.
Because we don't have any testing after 2014 either.
If you take a look at the results between 2011 and 2014, would you agree with the statement that the friction is decreasing at a much slower rate than the previous years?
That is correct.
And if we look at the previous years, specifically 2009 to 2010, would you say that those results show the more rapid decline in friction?
Correct.
And if we look at these results just on their own, am I right in saying that they don't tell us anything about the friction demand on the road?
That is correct.
Registrar, you can take down this call out. Commissioner, I'm just going to take 1 minute to look at my notes. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Dr. Flinch.
And Ms. Lorion for Dufferin reserve time, 5 minutes, but I don't know if he has any questions.
We have no questions. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lewis.
I do have a few redirect questions, Commissioner, if I could have your indulgence.
Yes, please proceed.
Dr. Flinch, Mr. Chen asked you about the link and it having the higher friction levels and as disclosed by the Tradewind report, and then later the ARA, and maybe to a lesser extent the Englobe testing because of the limits on the testing. And you had indicated, he asked you if the reason for that would be or could be the more recent resurfacing in 2011, and you said, well, that is one of the potential reasons. What are the other potential reasons?
The material is different, and it has just higher friction to start with, and then throughout the life. I don't know what the terminal value would be, but there could be a different material in the surface. Truly, I did not look into that.
No, I appreciate you didn't look at it. It was asked to
Yep.
speculate on the reasons, and so I just wanted to finish the thought.
Yeah.
Thank you. In relation to the Dunford paper, which Mr. Chen brought you to, and this was about the conversion. And Mr. Chen asked you about the SMA section being removed and the data excluded from the SMA section. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you know why it was removed?
No, I don't.
Okay, we just look back and you see it. And I don't know if this will help you or not. If we could go, Registrar, to EXP 34, which is, I think, Exhibit 228. And image 17, if I've got the right one. And then in that middle paragraph above table 4.3, it talks about section 3B being removed. I appreciate you don't have any insight behind that. I assume you don't have any further insight behind it, but it says that they've excluded section 3B, and I think it was indicated that was the SMA section. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, I do remember that part.
Okay, and it says because of the physical variability of the surface caused by repeated breaking. What does physical variability mean? Do you know?
I think that it's not homogeneous, so you cannot make that. That's what I understand. That there are areas maybe with a different condition than others along that length, and maybe there were some cracking or some bleeding or something. Truly, it could be many things.
Okay.
That would be my assumption. Truly, I don't know.
I know you're just reading it as mine.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Chen asked, you can take that down. Thank you, Registrar. Mr. Chen asked you about repeatability and reproducibility in relation to the grip testers. Did you see any issue with reproducibility between the Tradewind and Englobe grip tester devices and results?
No, they both produce similar results. But at least there wasn't anything obvious that indicated any problems.
Okay.
And if I may add, you probably will see the same issue with all friction devices. Truly, the measurements are depending on many factors that we discussed in the primer. So, unfortunately, there is variability, and I did mention a little bit of that when we were talking about the 30 limit. That truly is not an exact number. We know that every measurement has some potential variability.
Okay, thank you. Two questions, and then I'm done, about temperature. And in one sense, there's no evidence that the Tradewind testing was done close to zero. However, I just want to make sure I'm clear on your evidence that you indicated that the Tradewind, if it's close to zero, you would expect the friction number that results to be higher than it would if it was taken at a higher temperature, right?
Correct.
Okay. And last question, and this is, I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. You said that the pavement temperature is usually warmer, especially during the day, than the air temperature. That's the first thing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you said, if you're talking about 1 degree, it's very likely water will be freezing on the pavement. And I'm wondering there, because given that you've described the pavement being warmer than air, are you talking about if the pavement temperature is 1 degree or if the air temperature is 1 degree or something else?
No, I was talking about the pavement temperature is 1 degree. I think there's a chance that it may freeze but if you're talking about air temperature, I think that would be very unlikely. Just to give you a number, truly, as I said, I don't even know it's been researched enough to know.
Okay.
We try to avoid measuring at very low temperatures because we don't want to have a value that is not in the conservative in a way.
Okay. Right, that's higher than
They're higher than what we have really under normal, well, at least under the normal temperature range that we would measure.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Commissioner. So subject to any questions that you have for follow-up.
Okay, I also have no further questions. So I think we're done for the day. I want to thank Mr. Flinch for his assistance throughout. You've
My pleasure.
produced 2 reports and you've been a great assistance to the inquiry. Thank you very much. And we'll adjourn for the day.
I wonder if I could have a breakout room for council registrar.
Okay.
For all council. And Dr. Flinch is Dr. Flinch excused?
Yes, I was just going to say, I'm going to sign off and Dr. Flinch, you're excused. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for testifying today.